Hey, T Sippers, let's just pop on in there and see what happened today. Yeah, I had yeah. Anyway, let's go. I'm not going to stall. It's already late. You know, these late night hours. Ooh, we. Hey, Joanne. Bam, bam. Hey, Samantha. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Y'all, please come in hitting the like button. Please, please, please. I've been trying to. I've been trying to get a feel of today. You know, it's hard sometimes to know what's real and what's fakes. Hey, I sassafras. Sometimes you don't know what's real and what's fake, and what who all really working together and who not, who really mad, who really enemies. Thank you. I'm okay. Who all are enemies and who's not. You know, you just never know with these people. It's always a trick. It's always something. It's always. When I say always, I do mean always. What is he saying?
It's pronounced that I apologize. But he does this amazing breakdown.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Joanne, you had me waiting for the longest for the cup of tea. Well, I'm going to try to make it good.
He does this amazing breakdown on Jared Kushner and how much control that man has with the
Jared
Trump administration.
Kushner.
I think this is one of these videos. So I just found this gentleman named Alessi Alaman. If I'm saying that right, if I mispronounced it, I apologize.
Let's see what he's talking
He
about.
does this amazing breakdown on Jared Kushner and how much control that man has.
Because he is definitely in there.
This is one of these videos that every American should check out. Give this kid a follow.
So let me enlighten you guys. June 2017, Saudi Arabia and the UAE suddenly blockaded Qatar, a key U.S. ally. Tillerson and Mattis are stunned. They're scrambling to stop the war. But inside the White House, Kushner reportedly knew it was coming. Tillerson later told Congress that this, quote, shadow diplomacy, quote, made his job impossible. He described being in the dark while Kushner operated behind his back.
President Trump's former Secretary of State, whom he fired in March of last year. Last month, Tillerson quietly talked to these handful of bipartisan members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee about a range of issues, from the struggles with the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his shadow involvement.
So I just found this gentleman named Alessi Alaman. If I'm saying that right, if I mispronounced it, I apologize. So I just found this gentleman named Alessi Alaman. If I'm saying that right, if I mispronounced it, I apologize. But he does this amazing breakdown on Jared Kushner and how much control that man has within the Trump administration. I think this is one of these videos that every American should check out. Give this kid a follow.
So let me enlighten you guys. June 2017, Saudi Arabia and the UAE suddenly blockaded Qatar, a key U.S. ally. Tillerson and Mattis are stunned. They're scrambling to stop the war. But inside the White House, Kushner reportedly knew it was coming. Tillerson later told Congress that this, quote, shadow diplomacy, quote, made his job impossible. He described being in the dark while Kushner operated behind his back.
President Trump's former Secretary of State, whom he fired in March of last year. Last month, Tillerson quietly talked to these handful of bipartisan members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee about a range of issues, from the struggles with the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his shadow involvement in Middle East policy, to Mr. Trump's 2017 meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Hamburg, as well as election interference by Russia. And Tillerson's frustration as well with the president's difficulty focusing on complex issues.
So this report covers the release of Tillerson's 7-hour testimony where he explicitly says Kushner's actions made him, quote, angry because the State Department's views were never expressed. And it wasn't just the Middle East. Tillerson once found out about a high-level meeting with Mexico's foreign minister only because he happened to be eating at the same restaurant. Tillerson saw the, quote, color go out of the face, quote, of the Mexican official when he walked over to say hello. Kushner was running a parallel government. You can even hear how careful Rex Tillerson is in describing the president's family in this 60 Minutes interview.
The president's son-in-law is often referred to as kind of a shadow secretary of state.
Well, I deal with the policies the president's asked me to execute on.
Does Jared coordinate with you?
Department's views were never expressed. And it wasn't just the Middle East. Tillerson once found out about a high-level meeting with Mexico's foreign minister only because he happened to be eating at the same restaurant. Tillerson saw the, quote, color go out of the face, quote, of the Mexican official when he walked over to say hello. Kushner was running a parallel government. You can even hear how careful Rex Tillerson is in describing the president's family in this 60 Minutes interview.
The president's son-in-law is often referred to as kind of a shadow secretary of state.
Well, I deal with the policies the president's asked me to execute on.
Does Jared coordinate with you?
In certain areas, he consults and has sat with me and asked for advice and input on a number of things.
Tillerson addresses how he manages the, quote, unique situation of the president's family members having their own portfolios. Then came Jerusalem. Mattis and Tillerson begged, and that's a quote, Trump not to move the U.S. Embassy, fearing it would set the region on fire. Kushner, however, saw it as the cornerstone of his legacy, the Abraham Accords. And then the, quote, adults eventually lost. Tillerson was fired via tweet while on a diplomatic trip. Mattis resigned in protest over Syria. The message was clear. In this White House, the experts were in the way of the deal. Tillerson declines to answer a question on Kushner's security clearance in the CBS interview. Watch the visible tension on Tillerson's grill on whether Kushner is an asset or liability to U.S. diplomacy just days before being fired.
I had never met Donald Trump until the day he asked me to be Secretary of State. He acts on his instincts. In some respects, that looks like impulsiveness, but it's not his intent to act on impulse. I think he really is trying to act on his instincts. It was challenging for me, coming from the disciplined, highly process-oriented ExxonMobil Corporation, to go to work for a man who is pretty undisciplined, doesn't like to read, doesn't read briefing reports, doesn't like to get the disciplined, highly processed. It was challenging for me, coming from the disciplined, highly process-oriented ExxonMobil Corporation, to go to work for a man who is pretty undisciplined, doesn't like to read, doesn't read briefing reports, doesn't like to get into the details of a lot of things, but rather just kind of says, look, this is what I believe, and you can try to convince me otherwise, but most of the time you're not going to do that.
So we can tell Kushner seemed to have more power or influence than Trump's own Secretary of State and Defense during Trump 1 in regards to geopolitics. So that's not hyperbole. That's a fact based on the Middle East decisions and even being with the Mexican ministry behind their backs. As the decision moved forward in late 2017, it stayed tightly controlled within that inner circle where Kushner helped shape the messaging, coordinate the rollout, and manage diplomatic communication behind the scenes, ensuring the announcement emphasized that the U.S. was not defining final borders, even as it made a historic shift.
So I just found this gentleman named Alessi Alaman, if I'm saying that right. If I mispronounced that,
hit the like button.
But he does this amazing breakdown on Jared Kushner and how much control that man has within the Trump administration.
Hit the like button. I need for y'all to hit the like button.
If you have sex, what?
This is the reason.
5 foods that con.
This man is going to.
5 foods.
This is
What? If you have.
Hit the like
I just
button.
found this gentleman named Alessi Alaman, if I'm saying that right. If I mispronounced that, I apologize.
Fragile. That's how some White House officials describe the current ceasefire between Iran and the U.S.
Well, meantime, Iran is accusing the U.S. of violating parts of the deal, saying the ceasefire is unreasonable.
CBS LA's Gio Insignaris is monitoring the latest
So why did he
developments
accept
as
it?
both sides do not seem to be on the same page, Gio.
Rudabeh, Pat, that's right. President Trump started the day yesterday, remember, by threatening to end Iranian civilization. Then came the 2-week ceasefire agreement. But already that's on shaky ground as there's disagreement over whether Lebanon is part of this truce and what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz. We do want to warn you, though, that some of this video may be difficult to watch. Stunning footage showing a massive attack by Israel in Lebanon today, aimed at the Iranian-backed Hezbollah militia. The Israeli military saying 100 targets were hit in minutes. Agreement over whether Lebanon is part of this truce and what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz. We do want to warn you, though, that some of this video may be difficult to watch. Stunning footage showing a massive attack by Israel in Lebanon today, aimed at the Iranian-backed Hezbollah militia. The Israeli military saying 100 targets
hit the like
were hit
button.
in minutes. This security
Yep,
camera video
crashing
shows
through
people
the
trying to
gates
rush
without
away from
paying the
explosions.
fee.
Lebanese
Hit
officials
the
say at
like
least
button, you watchers.
254 people were killed and more than 1,100 were injured. Pakistan, which mediated the ceasefire, originally said it did cover the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. But today, the White House denied that.
The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Iran disagreed, as the country's foreign minister posted that
Hold on now,
more
what?
than 1,100 were injured. Pakistan, which mediated the ceasefire, originally said it did cover the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. But today, the White House denied that.
The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Iran
What? You didn't have no
a
terms.
ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what
They never
4 people were
accepted
killed,
your
More
terms.
than 1,100 were injured. Pakistan, which mediated the ceasefire, originally said it did cover the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. But today, the White House denied that.
The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Iran disagreed, as the country's foreign minister posted that if America didn't rein Israel in, the ceasefire was off. State media also reported the Strait of Hormuz was closed again, the narrow waterway that transits roughly 20% of the world's oil. But the White House disputed that as well.
What they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely.
Late tonight, Iran announced it's now directing ships to use alternative routes through the strait, citing the risk of sea mines in the main channel. Last month, U.S. officials told CBS News there were at least a dozen underwater mines planted by Iran in the strait. Meanwhile, oil markets embraced the ceasefire news, with crude oil dropping below $100 a barrel. However, prices remain about 30% higher than before the war started. And that could mean higher gas prices lasting for a bit longer.
Typically, when the price of crude oil falls, gasoline follows, but with a pretty long lag, often 3 or 4 weeks.
Back here at home, House Democrats will try to pass a four-powers resolution tomorrow to rein in the president's ability to strike Iran. Senate Democrats hope to follow next week. Meantime, the vice president will lead the U.S. negotiating team in Islamabad, Pakistan on Saturday as both sides work to figure out if this ceasefire can actually hold. Pat?
All right, thank you so much, Gio.
Eating carnivore.
Where we at, y'all? Where the lights at? Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
مملکت خاک بخوریم پای مملکتمون
Your question?
داد میزنه و خیلی هاشم اندازه دهنش نیست، نمیتونه جلوی قدرت مردم ایران واسه. ولی ما حتی اگه هیچی نداشته باشیم، حتی اگه تو این مملکت خاک بخوریم، پای مملکتمون وامیستیم، خاک مملکتمون رو نگه میداریم. این رژیمای مستکبر کودک کش هیچ وقت نمیتونن پیروز بشن و ما هممون از بزرگ و کوچیک پشت به پشت هم وامیستیم و ایرانمون رو حفظ میکنیم.
And we discussed about different initiatives and ideas existed for the peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave.
Bob told us that they were going to test the alien craft that night.
The United States and Iran is very apparent.
I need for y'all to hit the like button. Them people is united. War is out of control. Trump and crew probably in the chat watching. Oh, that. Notice how to go. Yeah, I need for y'all to double tap or hit those three dots at the top right corner.
The fragility of the so-called two-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran is very apparent, and nothing makes it more apparent than what is currently transpiring in Lebanon. Now, the Iranians had put out a 10-point plan that recently Trump accepted full-heartedly.
Right.
I mean, he didn't say, I agree to every single point on this 10-point list. However, it is a reasonable basis on which we can, begin negotiations. But on that list was the very, very last point from Iran was all war needs to stop, including in Lebanon. However, Israel immediately began to intensify its attacks against Lebanon after Trump announced that there would be this two-week ceasefire with Iran. So Israel said that it was continuing military operations in Lebanon against Hezbollah, which I'm not buying because they are bombing areas of Lebanon where Hezbollah doesn't even operate. And this is prompting protests from Iran. Iran is basically saying there's no ceasefire if the brutality of the Israelis is still carried out against the Lebanese people. And so this came despite the fact that the Iranian 10-point plan made it clear they want the hostilities and the war against Lebanon to stop. So here's how Israel responded to it. In 10 minutes, the IDF completed the largest coordinated strike across Lebanon since the start of Operation Roaring Lion. The strike targeted 100-plus Hezbollah headquarters, military arrays, and command and control centers in Beirut, Bekaa, and southern Lebanon, including intelligence command centers and central headquarters used planning terror attacks, infrastructure of firepower and naval arrays responsible for launching missiles, assets of the Radwan force, and the aerial unit, Hezbollah's elite units. That's all BS. Complete and utter hogwash. Now, why do I say that? Because these strikes, the first strike that Israel carried out after the ceasefire was announced, hit an ambulance. They really, really love striking rescue workers, don't they? And the peacekeepers, too. UNIFIL? Can't get enough of striking them. There have been peacekeepers who have been killed. Others have been devastatingly wounded, severely injured. And some journalists have been killed recently as well after the ceasefire was announced. So Israel Katz, the defense minister for Israel, admitted that these were surprise attacks. Like, take a look at your screens right now. Look at what the Israelis are up to. This is what's been going on since the ceasefire was announced. So Katz admitted that these were surprise attacks, meaning that civilians had no chance to evacuate to ensure, maximum civilian casualties. Those killed include 92 people who were killed in Beirut. Another 742 individuals in Beirut were wounded. 61 people were killed in the southern suburbs of Beirut. 18 people were killed in Baalbek. 9 were killed in Harel. 28 were killed in Nabateh, and 12 were killed in Sudan. So the death toll is likely higher at this point, but I will be interviewing Courtney Bonneau, an independent journalist based in Lebanon, later today to give us a clearer picture of the devastation that's been carried out by the Israelis. But as I was producing the story, the death toll was as follows: 245 killed and 1,165 wounded by today's Israeli attacks on Lebanon.
Hi, my name is Tara Neely. I am in state.
You're going to tell me that all those people were Hezbollah militants? No, they weren't Hezbollah militants. Israel made sure to slaughter some journalists as well. So let's get to the 2 in Lebanon. I should note that they also killed a journalist in Gaza. So Lebanese journalist Ghada Dayek of Swat al-Farah radio was killed earlier today in an Israeli strike targeting her home. Interesting, was her home a Hezbollah command center? I just need to make it very clear, what the Israelis are doing to Lebanon right now is very similar to what the Israelis did in Gaza. And they're doing this specifically to annex southern Lebanon. They've already announced it. Now, they claim they're doing it because they desperately need a buffer zone, which is hilarious because they're planning on settling that land. Let's just keep it real. But aside from that, how are you going to say that it's going to be a buffer zone when Hezbollah has missiles that can hit central Israel? The only way you're going to see an end to all the bloodshed is if you end the war. But Israel doesn't want to end the war. Netanyahu doesn't want to end the war. And he wants more land. So he's going to keep going. Right. The other journalist who was killed, Al-Manar journalist Susan Al-Khalil, was killed in today's Israeli attacks on Lebanon. So 2 journalists killed in the last 24 hours. Now, Netanyahu doubled down on committing war crimes in Lebanon during a press conference today, which also seems to confirm that the war criminal is in fact alive. So take a look at that.
Because a ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah. We are continuing hitting Hezbollah. And today, Hezbollah has suffered from the biggest strike against the location since the pager incident. We have hit.
Also, how are you going to say that it's going to be a buffer zone when Hezbollah has missiles that can hit central Israel? The only way you're going to see an end to all the bloodshed is if you end the war. But Israel doesn't want to end the war. Netanyahu doesn't want to end the war. And he wants more land. So he's going to keep going. The other journalist who was killed, Al-Manar journalist Susan Al-Khalil, was killed in today's Israeli attacks on Lebanon. So 2 journalists killed in the last 24 hours. Now, Netanyahu doubled down on committing war crimes in Lebanon during a press conference today, which also seems to confirm that the war criminal is in fact alive. So take a look at that.
Because a ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah. We are continuing hitting Hezbollah. And today, Hezbollah has suffered from the biggest strike against the location since the pager incident. We have hit locations Hezbollah thought they are safe. To the citizens of Israel, we promised you to restore back the security. There is a good security belt inside the Lebanese territories.
As long as Israel continues with its expansionist project, there is no safety for the Israelis. And the Israelis need to learn that. They need to learn that. This quote unquote buffer zone that Israel is fighting for, which is basically just more land annexation and border expansion, is not going to keep the Israelis safe. Again, Hezbollah has missiles that can hit central Israel. So how about you stop trying to steal land? The whole existence of Hezbollah has to do with resisting Israel's attempts to annex land from Lebanon. It's that simple. But the Israelis refuse to, respect borders. And so there is no safety for the Israelis. There is no safety for the Israelis. By the way, has Hamas been defeated? No, of course not. Has Hezbollah been defeated? Israelis thought Hezbollah had been defeated earlier. And then they effed around and found out. Okay, so has Iran been defeated? No, of course not. The only thing Israel is good at is agitating for more war, okay, while dragging the United States into its ridiculous battles, and none of this keeps.
The world's first titanium nonstick pan. It's gonna blow your hair back. I'm Mike Pagale, 3 Michelin chef.
The Israeli people say.
Did you know that the average employer has to sift through about 250 resumes just to find a single job? It's an insane amount of work.
Or extremism, because how could it not? How could this not radicalize people? How could it not? You see your entire family wiped out. You see your family home wiped out. You see the Israelis annexing land from your country. How does it not radicalize you? And there's a part of me that thinks, Netanyahu knows this. The Israelis know this. And they do it anyway. They do it on purpose. Because they'll always have that convenient excuse of fighting terrorists, terrorists that they manufacture through their actions.
She from them streets.
And I don't consider Hezbollah a terrorist group. In fact, it's an established political party in southern Lebanon. You might not like that political party, but it is what it is. And honestly, at this point, Hezbollah is the only thing stopping Israel from taking over Lebanon. Okay, the Lebanese government is a joke. One of the MPs in Lebanon's government was like, we're the ones who get to negotiate a ceasefire. We're the ones who get to decide. Are you upset that Iran wanted the war against Lebanon to stop in order to agree to a ceasefire? Are you upset about that? And unsurprisingly, even though Trump said, the 10 points that Iran has put out, totally reasonable, a good basis for us to begin negotiations, all of a sudden, and unsurprisingly, very clear that the White House is on Israel's side when it comes to their atrocities against Lebanon. Take a look.
Danny. Thanks, Gareth. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? As you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
That's a lot.
I would like to exist for maybe a few months on this earth where Israel doesn't humiliate the American people. Okay? Because that's what's happening here. Our government has been cucked. And it doesn't matter. This is not it's a partisan thing. No. Okay, Biden embarrassed the American people, was constantly humiliated by the Israelis. And then in comes Trump, Mr. Tough Guy, right? He's like a total keyboard warrior, threatening nukes against Iran, but gets humiliated by the Israelis on a regular basis, embarrasses the American people on a regular basis. Now, the other sticking point when it comes to a lasting and legitimate ceasefire has to do with control over the Strait of Hormuz, because the 10-point plan that the Iranians put out made it very clear that Iran will continue controlling the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, whether Iran includes that in their list or not doesn't even matter. It is impossible right now to militarily take the Strait of Hormuz or take that control away from the Iranians. If we had the military capability to do that, we would have done that already.
Hey, Max,
but we didn't do
thank
that
you.
because we don't have the capability of doing it. And so as a result, you know, the Iranians are upset. You even have, you know, ridiculous democratic lawmakers who are like, oh, I don't know about this ceasefire if Iran is going to still have control of the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, Strait of Hormuz was fully open prior to the war. Our war aims changed from regime change and liberating the Iranian people to, oh no, can we get that Strait of Hormuz open again? That's how badly we got spanked by the Iranians. And I hate to say it, right? I'm an American. I don't want to be humiliated.
Here's how I eat low-carb, high-protein meals every day. These are my lunches this week. Eating carnivore or keto isn't cheap.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to have to start pausing if y'all don't hit the like button. Double tap the face of your phone or hit those three dots at the top right corner. It's 300 and something people in here with only 25 likes. Hit the like button. Thank you for everyone who has sent me some jewels. Like, share, subscribe, get your membership. I'm about to start doing late night members only because y'all are not hitting the like button. Okay? Be advised.
Ridiculous democratic lawmakers who are like, oh, I don't know about this ceasefire if Iran is going to still have control of the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, Strait of Hormuz was fully open prior to the war. Our war aims changed from regime change and liberating the Iranian people to, oh no, can we get that Strait of Hormuz open again? That's how badly we got
spanked already open
by the Iranians. And I hate to say it, right? I'm an American. I don't want to be humiliated. But the American people need to understand, we do not have representation in the federal government on our behalf. And so we will continue getting humiliated as long as we tolerate the types of politicians that continue this unholy alliance with Israel, okay? Because at the heart of that humiliation, at the heart of that embarrassment is Israel and our alliance with them. So further jeopardizing it, yes, is the Strait of Hormuz. So I should note that the GCC countries, many of the Gulf countries, our allies, are upset because they're worried that Iran will continue charging tolls. And those tolls are pricey.
They are pricey.
$2 million to transit oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So you look at Iran and they're like, think about this war. I mean, it's been devastating for the Iranian people. There's no question. Okay, more than 2,000 people have been killed so far. I mean, World Heritage sites in Iran have been targeted by the United States and the Israelis. I mean, the opening salvo, of course, included that double tap strike. And look, this has been bothering me, so I want to clarify earlier statements. You don't do a double tap strike on accident. So if that's going to make Ben Shapiro have a temper tantrum, that's totally fine. When you do a double tap on an elementary school, was it really an accident? And if it was an accident, we should really get to the bottom of where we got that intel from, right? That told the U.S. military that this was actually an Iranian military site that needed to be struck. But 175 people died in that Manab elementary school, opening salvo of this war. We did that. Tomahawk missiles did that. And it's a stain on our nation's history that we carried out such a horrific atrocity. And on top of that, unfortunately, are governed by an administration that refuses to take ownership of it and apologize. Okay, it's just so depraved, so wrong. Finally, Jonathan Karl from ABC News spoke to Trump about the Strait of Hormuz, and this is the kind of cope Trump is deluding himself with. This is not true. There's no way. But here's what Jonathan Karl says. This morning, I asked President Trump if he's okay with the Iranians charging a toll for all ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. He told me there may be a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls. Quote, we're thinking of doing it as a joint venture. It's a way of securing it, also securing it from lots of other people. It's a beautiful thing. The Strait of Hormuz has been the most powerful piece of leverage the Iranians have had. Why would they enter some sort of economic deal with the United States, which has been dishonest, which has engaged in bad faith? Why would they do that? Why would they give up their leverage by, welcoming the United States into this situation, giving them access to their only real point of leverage? I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. So if things go as planned, which they rarely do, but let's hope, there's supposed to be negotiations, direct negotiations between the United States and Iran later this week on Friday. They're supposed to take place in Islamabad. The involvement of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two individuals who sabotaged the peace negotiations to launch this war, is not a good sign. The only difference this time around is that J.D. Vance will be involved. Hopefully, J.D. Vance gets the other two out of the room. I don't even trust J.D. Vance, though. But I think J.D. Vance probably wants an end to the war way more than the likes of Jared Kushner. Now, throughout this war, I think Steve Witkoff realized he effed up, which is why he was desperately trying to message the Iranians. And for the most part, the Iranians ignored his messages. How could you trust the guy? After Iran, in the last round of negotiations, agreed to give up their enriched uranium, which, by the way, was disclosed by the mediator from Oman, you have Steve Witkoff making his rounds on, those Sunday shows claiming, oh, a nuclear weapon is right around the corner for Iran. No, it wasn't. Why was he lying? Why didn't he disclose the very real concessions that the Iranians were making? So his involvement in so-called peace negotiations gives me absolutely no faith.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows. This Aragchi update is the last one saying, okay, we will open up the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks. That's the most important development because now it's become two-sided rather than just Trump backing out, right? So, guys, look, I hope that it develops into a deal where we leave. My guess is that Israel will not be happy about that deal, and they'll push aggressively to make sure that it doesn't happen. But, Trump, he does flip-flop massively, right? So it's no longer impossible. And for the moment being, the 8 p.m. deadline is off the table, the total annihilation off the table for now. What's going to happen in those 2 weeks?
They already, Bibi Netanyahu gonna mess up.
America needs more time for the ground troops to arrive, so that's part of the reason why we want to delay. And Iran is buying from weapons from Russia and China as fast as they possibly can, because at the end of the day, America's not going to remove their bases and give in to everything Iran wants. We're not going to send them reparations. There is a deal they can have without that, right? Iran can soften on that. We can soften on. Well, we don't really have any demands. Only Israel has demands. So the only thing we want is reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Sorry, this was a really stupid idea on our part, and just come home, right? So, and I would love that. That would be awesome. Reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We don't give up anything otherwise, and we come home. We had no business in this war in the first place. If Iran and Israel want to keep going, that's their business, okay? But it would be terrific if this happened. But hey, I'll take the 2-week pause. That is a terrific development.
So Joe Kent, who stepped down from the Trump administration over this war with Iran, is issuing an emergency message saying that we need to protect the possibility of peace, right? And protect the ceasefire by
what they are hitting,
making sure that Israel doesn't F it up. He says that he's worried that Israel will attempt to sabotage the ceasefire deal. He says now is the time to restrain Israel and cut off its military funding completely. He says Israel's word should never be trusted because they are liars.
Right. So now let me back that up with empirical data. So Israel has not listened to any ceasefire they have agreed to before.
Never.
They didn't. They agreed to a ceasefire with Hamas, and they did not follow through. They kept bombing and bombing and bombing all over Gaza. They did it again today. They kill on average 5 Palestinians a day. That war is not over. That conflict's not over. Israel continues to slaughter the Palestinians in Gaza. They made a deal with Hezbollah. Afterwards, Hezbollah did not fire one rocket into Israel. Israel fired over 1,000 rockets into southern Lebanon. They never listen to ceasefires, and they always try to kill the peace negotiators. So that is why right now, as Anna said earlier in the show, the Pakistanis should be careful.
Yes.
Because the minute you get an effective peace deal or a ceasefire even, the Israelis want to kill you. And,
Literally.
Yeah, and it's literally happened to the Hamas negotiators that were supposed to be very safe in Qatar as we're working on peace. It's happened a number of times. It's happened to Iranian negotiators before. So, and by the way, several times Donald Trump has pretended there was a ceasefire or that he wasn't going to attack, and then used that as a way to surprise them and attack Iran anyway. So this thing is a million miles from over. But I don't, like I was, as you saw, as we were live today, enraged in the beginning of the show about the possibility of massive destruction and terrible economic catastrophe that was ahead. So the fact that they're at least pausing for 2 weeks is still terrific news. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings.
No, that's not. Okay. Y'all get the lights up. I'm not going to keep saying that. Yep. But Trump brainwashed thing. Let me get here. Oh, this is funny.
Mr. President, I brought you some fresh fruit. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. I hope you feel better soon. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it looked like he was ill or something today.
Wow, a gift! Mr. President, I brought you some fresh fruit. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. I hope you feel better soon. I appreciate it. Wow, a gift!
Woo!
Mr. President, I brought you some fresh fruit. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. I hope you feel better soon.
I hope you feel better soon. Hold on. I'm waiting on y'all to get them lights up. They know what they hidden. Wednesday, April 8th. Come on.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. This is War with Iran. Tonight, we begin with a 2-week ceasefire deal seemingly on the rocks. The White House is touting it as a victory for President Trump, but acknowledging its fragile state. Vice President J.D. Vance now set to lead negotiations as the U.S. team heads to Pakistan this weekend for face-to-face talks with Iran. Late today, oil tankers were suspended from passing
I
through
thought they didn't want to talk to him either. Oh, shit. Hold on. Maybe they're trying to do something different because they know he deranged. Oh, but I thought they didn't trust Jared. Oh, let's listen.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. This is War with Iran. Tonight, we begin with a 2-week ceasefire deal seemingly on the rocks. The White House is touting it as a victory for President Trump, but acknowledging its fragile state. Vice President J.D. Vance now set to lead negotiations as the U.S. team heads to Pakistan this weekend for face-to-face talks with Iran. Late today, oil tankers were suspended from passing through the Strait of Hormuz after reports that Iran claims the U.S. breached the truce because Israel unleashed a barrage of deadly attacks in Lebanon today. Lebanon declaring tomorrow as a day of mourning, saying hundreds of innocent civilians were killed. But tonight, the U.S. says Lebanon was never part of the deal. Mary Bruce, deadly attacks in Lebanon today. Lebanon declaring tomorrow that Iran claims the U.S. breached the truce because Israel unleashed a barrage of deadly attacks in Lebanon today. Lebanon declaring tomorrow as a day of mourning, saying hundreds of innocent civilians were killed. But tonight, the U.S. says Lebanon was never a part of the deal. Mary Bruce leads us off from the White House.
The White House says the, quote, fragile ceasefire with Iran is holding, but tonight President Trump's key condition remains unmet, Iran refusing to reopen traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Still, Vice President J.D. Vance, who is now leading negotiations, insists, quote, fundamentally, we're in a good spot.
Hopefully they're about to get rid of Trump.
A little bit of choppiness.
Iran says it will not reopen the strait because they say the U.S. has gone back on what they claim was a key element of the truce, that Iran would stop bombarding Iranian-backed Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Today, Israel unleashing a sprawling barrage of more than 100 attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut, the most since the war began, killing at least 180 people, more than 1.2 million people displaced in the conflict. Iran's foreign minister declaring the world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the U.S. court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. But Vance today saying Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire deal.
I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case.
One thing is clear. Iran still controls the strait. Before the war, ships could pass through free of charge. But President Trump now telling our John Carl the U.S. and Iran could work together one day to collect tolls, saying we're thinking of doing it as a joint venture. Any arrangement like that seems a long way off. And tonight the strait remains closed. The national average price for a gallon of gas now at $4.16, up $1.22 since the war began. Economists say it could take months to fall once the strait reopens. Today, the administration also pressed to explain the president's plan for halting Iran's nuclear program and moving their more than 900 pounds of enriched uranium out of the country.
They will either give it to us, which the president has laid out. They'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it out. Or if we have to do something else ourselves, like we did in Midnight Hammer or something like that, we reserve that opportunity.
Our Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce joins us now from the White House. So, Mary, what more can you tell us about those negotiations?
Well, Lindsay, these talks led by the vice president are set to begin in earnest this weekend in Islamabad, Pakistan. But the two sides are still far apart on a host of issues. And tonight, Iran says the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. And that, of course, was President Trump's top demand when he agreed to this ceasefire. Lindsay.
All right, Mary Bruce from the White House. Thanks so much, Mary.
Thank you.
In Lebanon, the health ministry says the death toll over the past month has surpassed 1,700. Meanwhile, 1 in 5 people have been displaced, with humanitarian organizations saying civilians are bearing the brunt of the conflict. Our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, reports from the region.
Despite a ceasefire with Iran, no such peace in Lebanon. Israeli strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon escalating, with airstrikes and cross-border fire, and entire Lebanese villages reduced to rubble. And now, Israel pounding the country with its heaviest airstrikes of the war in an attempt to weaken the Iranian-backed militia Hezbollah, a US-designated terrorist group. In the past 24 hours, the IDF saying fresh airstrikes have hit more than 100 Hezbollah command centers and military sites in Beirut, the Bekaa Valley, and the south, with at least 180 dead and almost 900 wounded today alone, according to the Lebanese Ministry of Health. Since the fighting began in early March, more than 1,500 people have been killed. Tonight, Iran warning that if the attacks in Lebanon continue, there'll be a regretful response. Israel says the US-Iran brokered ceasefire doesn't apply to its campaign in Lebanon, and strikes are continuing. Today, the White House confirming those claims.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire.
1 in 5 people in Lebanon have been displaced in the last 5 weeks, according to the UN, as villages empty out and critical infrastructure collapses. Those who remain face dwindling food, fuel shortages, and limited access to care. And in a potential threat to the ceasefire, Iran's semi-official Fars news agency reports that Iran has again halted ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil route, in response to Israel's continued barrage of attacks on Lebanon. In a statement posted on X, responding to the attacks, Lebanon's president saying, "While we condemn this crime in the strongest terms, we emphasize the necessity for the international community to assume its responsibilities to stop these repeated attacks and put an end to this aggressive approach that threatens security and stability in the region." Diplomatic efforts continue, but with competing interpretations of the ceasefire, the risk of further escalation remains high. Now, a country already in crisis is pushed deeper into instability, where each day brings more uncertainty and fewer places to turn.
Our thanks to Ian Pannell for that. And tonight, some are asking, can the U.S. really have a true ceasefire deal if Israel is still bombing Lebanon? ABC News Live anchor Kira Phillips talked to a former U.S. ambassador to the UN about that, who actually credits the president's unorthodox ways for gaining ground with the regime.
I think that the complexity of this ceasefire is just that. And it's also, we have a tendency to superimpose our value system, the way we operate, the way we negotiate, onto parties in the Middle East, and particularly the Iranians. I think President Trump, who has used some tough language, maybe tougher than us traditional diplomats like hearing, that might have worked in driving Iran to the table. But it's not as simple as just sitting down and striking a deal. Remember, for nearly 5 decades, Iran has been in and out of negotiating tables, never actually in direct negotiations with the United States, typically taking days, if not weeks, if not months, to come back to proposals, and then ultimately blaming the United States and Western partners for failures. So I don't necessarily believe that this is playing out inconsistent with Iran's behaviors in the past when it purports to negotiate, but really is engaging in like the curly shuffle when they're shuffling their feet and dancing and trying to avoid the issues.
So then let me follow up on what you just said, because President Trump has now floated this idea of the U.S. and Iran jointly collecting a toll for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, how extraordinary would it be to go from threatening to wipe out Iranian civilization to actually partnering in some way with them?
You know, I've been following, obviously, what I do is like Iran work, and I've been following this for a long time, and I think something's coming out that I call the Trump doctrine. I know that's probably shocking to some in the news media that are quite skeptical, but the Trump doctrine really is, he will make any sort of deal. He will offer a real deal. He'll come up with novel proposals that are very businesslike, and he'll give an opponent every opportunity to strike a deal. Look at Venezuela. And when they reject that deal, he does what he says he will do, which is strike and engage militarily. So I think that the Trump doctrine, if you will, is he meant what he said, and he's willing to be creative to have an off-ramp and solutions. And it's very unorthodox to traditional diplomats. But that Trump doctrine is really starting to form and take place. I've done a lot of these interviews, Kara, and I'll tell you, it's not the first time I've been asked by what we would conceive be considered an unorthodox proposal by the president, all in the name of trying to find an off-ramp.
So let me ask you, do you, with your experience and your background, do you like Trump's unorthodox way of going at things? I mean, because clearly he's getting criticized for his profanity on Truth Social, and then also, saying he's going to wipe out Iranian civilization. These are clearly things we have never heard from a sitting U.S. president. So we kind of sit back and think, oh my God, what is happening here? But do you like this unorthodox way of things?
With respect here, I understand why you're asking the question, but in some ways, that question and the mindset, it doesn't really matter what I think and whether or not I like it. I've been doing the same thing the same way for a long time, and as a diplomat and really a former diplomat and an Iran expert. He was voted in, he was elected in by the people of the United States of America who knew he had unorthodox styles. And his unorthodox style is having consequence and achieving some results. I think because it's unorthodox and it's different than what we've done over and over again over the past 5 decades, instinctively the establishment, including me, wants to say, hey, that's unorthodox, we shouldn't do it that way, there's a better way. If that was true, we would have had resolution with Iran much earlier than over the last 50 years.
Our thanks to Kira for that. And coming up, an inside perspective on life inside Iran tonight. We hear from a journalist who was once imprisoned in Iran with family and friends still in the war-torn country, what he's telling us tonight.
When my team pitched the idea, I thought it was impossible. A pan that sears like stainless, lasts like cast iron, and doesn't use toxic coatings, but it's real.
Our next guest is a journalist who has lived and worked in Iran. Jason Rezaian was imprisoned in the country on false espionage charges in 2014 and held for 544 days. More than a decade later, he remains an advocate for press freedom and fights for others who are wrongly imprisoned. Jason Rezaian joins us now, and thank you so much for doing so, sir. I know that you and your wife lived and worked in Iran. You have a family and friends there. What are you hearing about from Iranians in particular about this ceasefire, and has the bombing indeed stopped?
Lindsay, what I'm hearing first and foremost is anxiety and confusion. For the past 6 weeks, the people of Iran have been subjected to what Senator Van Hollen rightfully called a war of choice, which was intended, according to the President of the United States, to liberate them from the yoke of the Islamic Republic, a regime that's ruled over them.
Ceasefire, and has the bombing indeed stopped?
Lindsay, what I'm hearing first and foremost is anxiety and confusion. For the past 6 weeks,
they was believing one thing, and Trump
subjected to
bait and switch.
What Senator Van Hollen rightfully called a war of choice, which was intended, according to the President of the United States, to liberate them from the yoke of the Islamic Republic, a regime that's ruled over them repressively for 47 years. Not only was that regime not toppled, as Donald Trump claimed would happen and claimed did happen, it's become even more entrenched. And while the country's air defenses and its ability to defend itself from external attacks like the ones that have been going on all these weeks has been diminished greatly, the repressive response to Iranian protesters inside the country, people who protested and gave their lives for the hope of a freer future, has only tightened, and that's to be expected because that's what this regime has done for almost half a century.
And what are you hearing about how people's lives have changed in the last 40 days since the start of the war?
Well, prices have skyrocketed in that time. Most food is about twice as much, twice more expensive than when the war started. Medications are harder to come by. People are having to travel great distances to get things like insulin or do dialysis. Hospitals have been targeted. Schools have been targeted. There's been hundreds, thousands of casualties in the country. Many people are displaced, but there has been this sense of hope that the United States of America, which many Iranians for decades have placed a lot of trust and faith in as an honest broker in the world, that it would come through to help them to a freer future. Nothing like that is materializing right now. And this ceasefire, if we look at the proposed points on both sides, there's no mention of the Iranian people. There's no mention of human rights. There's no mention of political prisoners. And that is a deeply concerning reality for all Iranians.
Is the United States still considered at this point an honest broker by many of the Iranians?
I think that there are people who want to believe that we will come through, but in the earlier segment when you showed the vice president talking about how this must just be a misunderstanding, that Lebanon was never part of the deal, and the Iranians honestly thought it was, and Secretary of Defense Hegseth talking about the many different ways that we are going to rid Iran of its nuclear materials. These are not serious people. It's a very serious situation. It's a conflict that has been brewing for many years, but the people at the helm of the United States government are not fit for this job.
What do you believe the future holds for Iran and its people?
I've always been bullish on the future of Iran. I've seen with my own eyes, lived in that country for many years, worked in that country for years, the ingenuity, the great civilization that's been developed over thousands of years, the same one that President Trump threatened to obliterate just over the weekend. They have a strong future ahead of them. And this 47 years of Islamic Republic will ultimately be a blip on the radar screen of that country's history. But I've also seen that we've hamstrung their efforts for a freer future again and again through coercive actions, through a war of choice right now that, as I said, was billed to liberate them, but seems to be setting them back in their quest for freedom.
Jason Rezaian, such a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Now to questions surrounding uranium enrichment as the U.S. sends a negotiating team to Pakistan this weekend. Iran's parliament speaker claims the ceasefire deal allows Iran the right to enrich uranium, which President Trump has denied. Sarah Perry Russum asked an expert about that, who's the head of a nonprofit that aims to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons.
President Trump says there will be no enrichment of uranium, but Iran is contradicting that. How critical is that sticking point?
Well, I think that President Trump has been consistent since 2015 that he is demanding zero enrichment in Iran. And I think that there was a discrepancy between the Persian and English versions of the Iranian 10-point plan that was put out. The Persian version included that there would be a right to enrich uranium, and the English version did not have that in there. So that was very important, and that was a very then, given the hole that the Iranian regime is in after Operation Epic Fury. So we'll have to see how the negotiations pan out. But President Trump has been consistent on this since the beginning. Zero enrichment.
Trump says that the U.S. is going to work with Iran to dig up and remove all of that deeply buried nuclear dust. Can the U.S. and Iran really work together on that?
Well, I think the Iranians view that stockpile of highly enriched uranium as a very important form of leverage that it has. So it's not going to easily trade away that stockpile. And so I think President Trump is testing the new Iranian leadership and testing whether they're ready to play ball and to get rid of that stockpile. And if they're not, then there will likely be more U.S. strikes.
Our thanks to Perry for that conversation. Coming up, how gas prices could drop even more before the weekend as flyers are hit with more baggage fees because of jet fuel prices. But wait, an expert says there's still a bright spot. Her advice coming up.
If it is invalid, we promise a tenfold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone.
Stocks are soaring as oil prices dropped on news of the 2-week ceasefire. A gallon of gas is averaging $4.17, but Gas Buddy predicts it could fall a few cents in the next day or two. Our Elizabeth Schulze talked to Keir Phillips about it.
Let's focus on gas prices. This is good news. We were talking about what, $5 a gallon. Now we're down to around $4.17, depending on where you live.
Right.
California was pushing $6.
We are still very high in California. These are still a lot higher than they were 6 weeks ago here, but this is good news when it comes to gas. If we can see oil stay at this level for the next couple of days, Patrick Gahan over at Gas Buddy does think in the next 48 hours we could see that national average creep a little bit lower. So we might go now then back under that $4 a mark. Now, keep in mind, $95 oil, that is a huge drop in one day, this 15% decline. We were at $112 a barrel before this ceasefire announcement. But before the war started, we were at about $65. So oil is still notably higher in the wake of this than it was since the start. That does mean it is unlikely we see those gas prices here go down to that pre-war level, at least in the next couple of weeks or months, until we start to see oil get toward that level too.
Okay, and diesel?
Yeah, so we're looking at diesel a little bit more closely because one factor here is that it does take diesel a little bit longer to adjust to these price changes. If you look at a barrel of oil, about 40% of oil there can go toward gasoline. A much smaller chunk, 10% toward jet fuel, about 20% toward diesel. That means you need more of that oil to make up for the shortfall that we've seen in this time. And as you were just talking about, we do not yet know how much oil is actually moving through the Strait of Hormuz. There is this still significant backlog of oil moving. Plus, you have the fact that you have this major cut to production because of the attacks on refineries in the Middle East. It is going to take months, some analysts say years, to ramp up that oil production again. That is going to continue to put pressure on the price of oil and also going to mean that those diesel costs and those jet fuel costs could stay a bit higher. It's why we've seen those new baggage fees from airlines announced. It's why we saw Amazon say it's putting this fuel surcharge in place. I will say when you look at the stock market moves today, those stocks, airlines, Amazon, those are some of the biggest movers because there's a hope and an expectation from investors looking forward they will have lower operating costs if these fuel costs do go down.
So the president may have announced this 2-week ceasefire, but we're getting word that all oil tankers are not still being halted and they're not allowed to come through the strait.
And until that oil is moving, this is not over when it comes to the price that you pay at the pump, when it comes to the price that companies are paying. That has been the issue really from the start here, is that you just have this huge historic shock to the world's oil supply. We do not know what it will look like to get that oil moving in. Again, if there is some sort of toll system, does it mean you don't have as much ship movement? I mean, before the war here, we were talking about 130 or so ships moving through the strait every day. We haven't even seen one or two in many of these days, and we're continuing to look at still early days, but that is really going to be the key to look for in the next couple of days and weeks here.
Delta and Southwest are the latest airlines.
Again, if there is some sort of toll system, does it mean you don't have as much ship movement? I mean, before the war here, we were talking about 130 or so ships moving through the strait every day. We haven't even seen one or two in many of these days, and we're continuing to look at that. Still early days, but that is really going to be the key to look for in the next couple of days and weeks here.
Delta and Southwest are the latest airlines to announce they're raising checked bag fees because of higher jet fuel prices, a ripple effect of the war. Ike Ajachi talked to a travel expert from the site Go.
Wow.
Major carriers blaming jet fuel prices for the increased bag fees. Is that adding insult to injury for flyers who are already shelling out more for tickets themselves?
If I had $1 for every time I heard about a new carrier rising fees in the last, say, 2 weeks, I unfortunately would have a few more dollars in my pocket.
Release the remaining Epstein files. I agree.
To experience this summer, as we've heard.
That's what it's all about.
4 U.S. carriers jumping their bag fees. And, you know, it really comes at a time when we're seeing average prices of airfare heading into the summer climb. And, you know, it's likely that airlines had this in their back pocket, so to speak, and we're just really waiting for the right time to implement these higher fees. You know, airlines tend to move in herds, especially when it comes to bag fee policies. So unfortunately for travelers, it is likely that it's just going to be a much more expensive summer travel period, and it's unlikely
People better save their money this year. Until they get him out of office.
Go back down. Those baggage fees would likely stay, right? I mean, could we just see these airlines adjust their ticket pricing?
You know, like, it's unfortunate that bag fees are typically a fixed cost. Unlike airfare, where we do see volatility, rise, fall, bag fees, they stick around and they typically go in the upward direction. If history repeats itself, it's likely that we're going to continue to see them climb. Now, one bright spot is that travelers still can
I would have rather
modestly if they
Kamala.
purchase ahead of time.
I
That's
would have
something that
rather.
we've
She
seen
predict. Let me tell you why.
implemented by local.
Everything that he's doing, she said he was going to do it. It was already in motion. Yeah, I would have rather Kamala Harris over Trump. Absolutely. Hands down. Hands down. I would, if that, oh, yeah. Yeah. I would have, hell, Biden could have stayed in office. Yeah. Anybody better than Trump. Trump is not running the country. Other people are doing. He's expecting other people to do this, that, and the other. While he sits his big hip, diaper wearing ass on the golf course. And I was about to say at least that's something he know he can do good, but hell, he cheats at that. So yeah, no, that's my opinion. I would rather Kamala Harris. Everything that lady said he was going to do, she was head on, spot on. And no one wants to admit that, but you got to give flowers, you know. Yeah. He's very predictable, I see. Hey, Janet.
To see them climb. Now, one bright spot is that travelers still can save modestly if they purchase ahead of time. That's something that we've seen implemented by low-cost carriers.
Constipated, probably is.
Airlines are sort of taking a page out of their book. So our biggest piece of advice:
they say he's been
sick.
sick.
Check a bag. You don't have
so all of these clones
definitely pay for them earlier versus at the airport at a much higher price.
So what else is driving up travel costs?
I can get off of this. I don't want to hear travel costs. It's the gas. Oh, I got way too much other stuff. Revenge in motion. What's revenge in motion? Let me go to what I have already. Y'all hit the like button. Double tap the face of your screen. Support the platform. Get a membership. Send some gems. Do something. It's what time is it? Almost 2 o'clock in the morning Central Time. I promised that I would come through. So here I am. I'm trying to go down here to stuff I've already pinned. I think I talked about that one. Hold on. Thank you, Janet. World leaders watch anxiously.
Have tried to dispute. Israel made the United States go to war. Now, don't get it twisted. This is Donald Trump's war on Iran, but it is Donald Trump's war on Iran on behalf of Israel, on behalf of the Epstein class to get them richer through insider trading and to distract from the Epstein files as well, of course. But Donald Trump launched this war for Israel, and he is continuing this war because of Israel, and that is why new bombshell reporting exposing that fact that is indisputable has not only Donald Trump panicking, but Netanyahu as well. And the leaks and admissions that are coming out of their reactions tell us the truth of this conflict and the truth of the parasitic relationship that must end between Israel and the United States. I want to get into all of that and more. Also, the MAGA meltdown that we are seeing in response to this information. But it all begins with the truth that Jessica...
Oh, Lord. Here I go spinning. Hold on, y'all. Let me refresh. because this is the only device that's spinning around. And I didn't reboot it before I started.
Have tried to dispute. That frustration was evident in the early hours of Wednesday with the truth that Jessica Tarlov delivered on Fox about this supposed ceasefire and how Israel and the United States. I want to get into all of that and more. Also, the MAGA meltdown that we are seeing in response to this information. But it all begins with the truth that Jessica Tarlov delivered on Fox about this supposed ceasefire and how Israel brought the United States into it before we get into what was leaked about Netanyahu.
And I think in reality that there is no ceasefire. I was watching coverage of this last night, flipping around, obviously, watching your show, Jesse, and then perusing some other channels. And there were split screens between, White House announces ceasefire last night, flipping around, obviously, watching your show, Jesse, and then perusing some other channels. And there were split screens between, White House announces ceasefire and missiles rain.
Right. We saw that last night.
Flipping around, obviously, watching your show, Jesse, and then perusing some other channels. And there were split screens between, White House announces ceasefire and missiles raining down on the Israelis. We knew that Israel was sending rockets back to Iran. We know what today has looked like in Lebanon with what the Israelis are doing there. It's one of the highest death toll days. So the ceasefire was a complete fiction. And what J.D. Vance is saying, and the White House now, Caroline Leavitt, that those 10 points were completely unacceptable, that's only because some of the biggest boosters of the administration came out and said, are you kidding me? Look at what you're agreeing to. Like Mark Levin, who has obviously been very close to this process. He took, what Fox and Friends had put up this morning and said these 10 points are a disaster. Last night, Larry Kudlow asked on social media, is this what we want? I mean, the deal, the 10 points that they sent in response to our 15 points allow them, as Dana said, to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Can I get you to hit the like button for me, please?
So that would be $2 million per tanker, and they split that with the Omanis. Or then the FT reported this morning a proposal to do $1 for every barrel, and they want it to be paid in crypto, which would be untraceable. And we know that because Donald Trump loves to be paid in crypto. No shutting down of the nuclear program. You can continue to enrich uranium. The leadership, not a problem. Can keep supporting those proxy forces. That's the Hezbollah problem. And then that sanctions would be lifted. We already took off $14 billion in sanctions. This would go even further, and Donald Trump would be the first president
to hit the like button. If you're on your phone, is just double tap the face of your screen. Just tap it twice. Or there are 3 dots at the top right corner. If you hit those 3 dots, it'll take you to the like button. Did that work for you?
Certainly in recent memory, that didn't have economic. We already took off $14 billion in sanctions. This would go even further, and Donald Trump would be the first president, certainly in recent memory, that didn't have economic sanctions on Iran. The linchpin story on this, and we have been tracing this particular plot line since the beginning, is what Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman reported yesterday in the excerpt of their book that comes out in a couple of months. And it's about a meeting on February 11th in the Situation Room, and Bibi Netanyahu was there. He was sitting at the table with our leadership, and he pitched them on this war. Donald Trump was interested. Pete Hegseth was interested. Everybody else, Ratcliffe, farcical. Rubio, it's BS. General Kane, standard operating procedure for Israelis, they oversell. Susie Wiles, we can't be dragged into another Middle Eastern war. Israel pushed us to do this. It doesn't mean that there weren't some good things that came out of it. But that first day, remember, and you guys said, I can't believe you're saying this, when Rubio came out and he said the truth to the gaggle of reporters that the imminent threat was not against us, it was something that was happening for Israel, is the core piece of this. And now we're stuck in it. And Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are seen as being very pro-Israel. And that's why people want to negotiate with J.D. Vance instead of with them, because they think that they may possibly be talking to someone who isn't just representing.
to negotiate with J.D. Vance instead of with them because they think that they may possibly be talking to someone who isn't just representing Israeli interests.
Yeah, I think if you continued to read the Jessica Tarlov laid it all out. You cannot
Talking to someone who isn't just representing Israeli interests.
Yeah, I think if you continued to read the Jessica Tarlov laid it all out. You cannot dispute what is reported fact. Marco Rubio himself said it, and it was only further confirmed by the fact that he tried to walk it back after seeing the outrage in response to saying that Israel is the reason we got into a war that has killed Americans, that has cost us billions, that was illegitimate from the start, that has resulted in the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians in Iran, schoolgirls going to class, and it was on behalf of Israel. That is why, at the news of the supposed ceasefire last night, Fox reported
Janet, what you
that the
talking
Israelis,
about?
they weren't happy, especially Netanyahu, and new reporting
I'm sorry,
and visions of his
Joanne.
frustration are exposing the truth of it all. Trump's war partner fumes after he blindsides them. Donald Trump is seemingly done taking his cues from his Israeli counterpart. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is fuming that the 79-year-old American president reactions of his frustration are exposing the truth of it all. Trump's war partner fumes after he blindsides them. Donald Trump is seemingly done taking
And he's
his
talking
cues
about
from
his
his
war
Israeli
partner.
counterpart. Trump's war partner fumes
Bibi
after he
Netanyahu.
blindsides them. Donald Trump is seemingly done taking his cues from his Israeli counterpart. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is fuming that the 79-year-old American president reached a temporary ceasefire deal with Iran without consulting his wartime partner, the Wall Street Journal reported. Trump announced Tuesday night that he had agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran in the war he launched alongside Israel on February 28th. The decision came minutes ahead of his deadline for the country to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a vital waterway for the global economy, or a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, as Trump wrote in an insane genocidal Truth Social post. According to the Journal, Netanyahu said that Israel had no role in brokering the deal and was only informed after it had been finalized. Netanyahu begrudgingly agreed to the terms, but Israeli officials reportedly are saying they're leaking they're not happy, particularly with Lebanon's inclusion in the deal with Trump, which Trump and Vance have tried to dispute. That frustration was evident in the early hours of Wednesday, not long after Donald Trump had effectively declared peace, as missiles and drone attacks continued to rain down across the Middle East, while Israel pressed ahead with its offensive. As of 3 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday, Israel's bombardment of Lebanon had killed 254 people and wounded more than 1,165.
Oh, okay, you just joking. Okay, okay.
Al Jazeera reported. Pakistan,
You know, we try to be honest and true over here, try to understand what people are talking about.
Included Lebanon, a claim both Israel and later White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt tried to dispute. Meanwhile, Iran and the U.S. are publicly disputing what exactly the 10-point framework both countries allegedly agreed to actually entails.
For more.
The dispute comes as new details emerge about the extent of Netanyahu's influence over Trump. As Tarlov described, a bombshell New York Times report on Tuesday revealed that Netanyahu pitched Trump on the joint war effort against Iran before it was launched without congressional approval on February 28th. During a secret meeting with Trump's top advisors, the far-right Israeli leader outlined an outcome that U.S. officials later described the president as detached from
whether you
reality.
knew to it or not, you're right.
Netanyahu and the Israelis were clearly responsible for starting this war. When they were boxed out of any negotiation, and why wouldn't they be? Iran clearly did not want to deal with the Israelis that were striking them when Kushner and Witkoff were originally negotiating with Iran. This was at the beginning, or I should say, the end of February going into the beginning of March. Witkoff and Kushner, they were negotiating with Iran. It's the reason why Iranian officials do not want to negotiate them anymore. And Israel, secretly, in the middle of the night, without warning, started striking Iran because, of course, they really did not want to deal with the Israelis that were striking them when Kushner and Witkoff were originally negotiating with Iran. This was at the beginning, or I should say, sorry,
June.
the end of February going into the beginning of March.
I'm talking about June.
Witkoff and Kushner, they were negotiating with Iran. It's the reason why Iranian officials do not want to negotiate them anymore. And in Israel, secretly, in the middle of the night, without warning, started striking Iran because, of course, they wanted to drag us into this war. And so they saw that as a sign of bad faith. So why would the Iranians then go on to negotiate with the Israelis? It doesn't make any sense. But Israel, seeing that it had gotten boxed out, Netanyahu being openly and reportedly furious about that, leaking his feelings very clearly to the Wall Street Journal, saying that Donald Trump acted without consulting him, something that he believes is a prerequisite to ending this conflict, not only decided to go scorched earth in the press, but to then go on and kill over 200 innocent civilians in Lebanon, directly violating the terms of the agreement and giving Donald Trump a big FU. Netanyahu is trying to tell Donald Trump, I don't care what you say. I don't care what you do. I am in control and I can force your hand. And in some ways, he is right. He did force Donald Trump's hand the first time. That is how we got into the conflict. It was Netanyahu. That is what he is admitting. That is what is coming out. That is what is no longer secret. He is trying to force Donald Trump's hand. It is very clear that Donald Trump is mostly occupied in his thinking about this war with the Strait of Hormuz, which has now been closed because of Israel's bombing of Lebanon. And so Netanyahu's calculation is, if I can just get Donald Trump upset and caught up enough with the Strait, maybe he'll come back to fighting alongside me. Netanyahu is willing to let an incalculable number of civilians die. Already murdered tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands in Gaza, almost 100,000, over 100,000 in Gaza. And now he's happy to murder more people in the pursuit of getting Donald Trump further escalated in this conflict. Closing the strait doesn't just increase the price of oil, it creates global depression. The negative impacts are far ranging in the production of produce and energy that keeps people alive. I told y'all I'm sick. I'm also sick of this shit. Oof, excuse me. And so there are big and far-ranging impacts, and Netanyahu does not care who he hurts. He is admitting he does not care, and he will do anything to drag Donald Trump further into this conflict, which is why MAGA today is freaking out. I want to hear from some of the loudest voices while I cough and take a sip of water. They're just as sick as I am.
I don't think that it was good at all to try to negotiate with these people, because now they think that they have legitimacy, that they are, equal partners at the table, and that they are equals to our negotiators here in the United States. And I think that that is a grave mistake.
This is a complete and total U.S. defeat. This is an absolute, there is no ambiguity here. It's not debatable. It's not subject to interpretation. We lost decisively. So we did not achieve any of the objectives that we set out to accomplish. And not only did we not achieve a single objective, but we're actually worse off than we were before.
What about the people of Iran? What, are we going to just leave them there? There's nothing that we can do and we're going to wash our hands over that? That to me is morally very difficult to accept. We need to protect our country. We need to protect our homeland. And to pretend that this enemy hasn't killed American soldiers and American citizens is ridiculous. To pretend this enemy is executing its people left and right as we speak. This enemy is shooting missiles into not just Israel, I think some of the Arab countries tonight as well, as we've entered into a 2-week ceasefire.
But I will say that the president's demands, we have not reached any of those objectives. I have full confidence that the president is going to find some way to make this happen. But he said that we want to dismantle all major nuclear facilities. That has not happened. The end of uranium enrichment on the soil, they're still enriching.
Is executing its people left and right as we speak. This enemy is shooting missiles into not just Israel, I think some of the Arab countries tonight as well, as we've entered into a 2-week ceasefire.
But I will say that the president's demands, We have not reached any of those objectives. I have full confidence that the president is going to find some way to make this happen. But he said that we want to dismantle all major nuclear facilities. That has not happened. The end of uranium enrichment on the soil, they're still enriching. The transfer of the enriched uranium stockpiles out of Iran, that hasn't happened. The acceptance of intrusive international inspections, they're still not willing to do that.
These are the loudest voices in Donald Trump's movement, and they are furious with him. And of course they are. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. They are agreeing with us. They are on the same side as we are. We are not agreeing with them. They are coming to the conclusion of what we know. That Donald Trump has failed, that he did this on behalf of Israel, and that he does not care about Americans. We have always known that. And we're going to keep calling that out on this show. If you want to support that, as always, you can hit that subscribe button, leave a like on this video. If you stuck around to the end.
Okay, what's next, y'all? Let me see what I... Ouch, I'm on my elbow. Ooh. Oh, the pains and the strains. Y'all get the lights up, please. Ouch. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Exposed dog wild.
You want to know how I know that Donald Trump had a very, very bad day today? Because tonight, just about 24 hours after he announced a ceasefire with Iran, he wasn't posting about his ceasefire with Iran. You want to know how I know that Donald Trump had a very, very bad day today? Because tonight, just about 24 hours after he announced a ceasefire with Iran, he wasn't posting about his ceasefire with Iran. Nope, he was posting about NATO and Greenland in all caps.
Oh, Lord.
And I will tell you, I mean, posts about NATO.
Not Greenland again. Oh, wow.
NATO and Greenland
He got to
in all
steal
caps
something.
are kind of a dead giveaway that things are not going well elsewhere. And yes, in what is perhaps the least surprising turn of events, Trump's big 2-week ceasefire deal with Iran is kind of falling apart. And why is it not surprising? It's not surprising to me at all. Because despite all the claims that the U.S. and Iran had come to some sort of a historic
Oh, yeah, they were involved.
ceasefire,
I mean,
as
they were included.
Shouted it from the rooftops last night. It seems like they never actually agreed on the basic parameters for negotiating the biggest issues. I mean, they never agreed on how the Strait of Hormuz would reopen and whether Iran would continue to control it. They never agreed on whether or not the ceasefire included Lebanon. They never agreed on whether or not Iran having the right to enrich uranium as part of their nuclear program was even on the table. None of that was apparently nailed down before this deal was announced last night. And so today, it all fell apart. Not surprising at all. Iran's Fars news agency reported that the Strait of Hormuz has been reclosed over Israel's continued strikes in Lebanon. Bloomberg reports that just 3 ships actually made it through the strait. Before the war, 135 ships sailed through there every single day, just to give you a sense of the context there. And Iran is reportedly hoping to extract payment.
Right, it was never closed. It's closed to Trump and Israel.
Something they have already been doing. Throughout the day, Iran continued to fire missiles at our Gulf allies in the region, and by this afternoon, the Speaker of Iran's parliament had accused the United States of violating the agreement altogether, saying, quote, "In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable." So, everyone, less than 24 hours later, other than that, everything seems to be going great. Now, on the question of what accused the United States of violating the agreement altogether, saying, quote, "In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable." So, everyone, less than 24 hours later, other than that, everything seems to be going great. Now, on the question of what Donald Trump has actually achieved in this war of choice that he is now desperately and unsuccessfully trying to unwind, well, all Trump needed to do and I bet he was doing this, we know his TV habits, was turn on his favorite Fox morning show today to know that he has achieved basically nothing.
The president demands we have not reached any of those objectives. I have full confidence that the president is going to find some way to make this happen. But he said that we want to dismantle all major nuclear facilities. That has not happened. The end of uranium enrichment on the soil, they're still enriching. The transfer of the enriched uranium stockpiles out of Iran, that hasn't happened. The acceptance of intrusive international inspections, they're still not willing to do that. And they have not suspended their ballistic missiles program. They're still firing them off to stop the production of the long-range missiles. That's just a few of them on the president's proposal.
That was on Fox this morning. They had graphics. He prepared what he was going to say there, and it was definitely not a ringing endorsement. So Trump hasn't achieved much of anything in his deal to end this disastrous war, appears to also be in tatters already. But if you just listen to the Trump administration or their allies in that universe of MAGA land, you would think that Trump got everything he wanted and it was just all about to end. Time to roll out the mission accomplished banner. Trump literally told a French news outlet that the deal was a, quote, total and complete victory, and Secretary of Maximum Lethality Pete Hegseth took his own victory lap in a very Pete Hegsethian way.
Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory.
And then he dropped to the ground and did 20 push-ups and kissed his muscles. Not really. I mean, just metaphorically. He thought about it. I think he thought about it. When things aren't going well, all you can do is pound your chest and claim victory with a capital V, as Pete Hegseth just did. Or you can do whatever the hell this is.
Democrats are already saying that this is taco. Trump always chickens out. Let me give you another acronym. Nacho. Never avoids confronting hard obstacles.
Okay. Griff there, that's his name, Griff, was probably so proud of himself when he wrote that down this morning in big block letters and practiced it in the mirror. But the fact is, as the day rolled on, it became harder and harder and harder to deny the reality that this deal was falling apart. That became abundantly clear when reporters caught up with the Trump administration's highest-ranking negotiator by their own definition in these peace talks, Vice President J.D. Vance. Here he was today being asked a very valid question about when the strait would reopen.
Mr. Vice President, Iran is continuing to block the Straits of Hormuz. Do you have an expectation of when that strait is going to be open?
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the Straits is starting to reopen.
Okay. So we've seen an increase in traffic today. That's what the Vice President just said. As I mentioned before, Bloomberg reports that just 3 ships were, 2 of which had ties to Iran. Iran is publicly claiming that the strait remains closed. They're continuing, as far as we know, to charge fees to people who want to go through. But J.D. Vance says nothing to worry about. All signs are positive. Then he was asked another perfectly valid question from a reporter about Iran's claim that the U.S. has already violated the agreement.
Tweeted out that 3 of the 10 points in the ceasefire framework have already been violated. They're distrustful of the U.S. What do you make of him tweeting that out before negotiation?
So I thought it was interesting.
Operation
actually,
Epic Distraction
I did see
of
that
the
tweet
Epstein
from
files.
Actually, just a couple of minutes ago. Let me just say this. I actually wonder how good he is at understanding English, because there are things that he said that frankly didn't make sense in the context of the negotiations that we've had.
Now you can't speak English.
Okay, so just to unpack that one. The Speaker of Iran's parliament said that the U.S. violated the deal, and J.D. Vance's answer was, well, he just needs to brush up on his English. Maybe it was a translation issue. Again, J.D. Vance is the official who is supposed to sit across from the Iranians in these negotiations in just a few days. Now, if you thought that was a reach, just listen to how J.D. Vance tried to explain away the differences between Iran and the U.S. on the question of nuclear enrichment.
The second thing Gollyboff said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane.
I have so many questions. Like, what on earth are you talking about?
Exactly.
Also, are you saying that you trust the Iranians won't enrich uranium even if they have access, just like you trust your wife won't jump out of a plane? I still don't think it clears anything up. I don't know where that came from. Now, all of this is even more concerning when you consider that J.D. Vance is supposed to be the one voice in the room who actually opposes the war. But as the New York Times reported last night, Vance is apparently too timid to actually do anything about it, aside from, of course, pitch stories about how he privately opposed the war, which he seems to be doing a lot of. When Trump was weighing whether or not to launch this disastrous war, Vance reportedly told the president, you know, I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I'll support you. Way to be bold. Use your voice there, J.D. That's the extent, as far as we know, of the pushback Trump has gotten from some of his closest advisors as he continues to make one bad decision after another in this conflict. And it's a stark contrast to the kind of pushback Trump reportedly got during his first administration when contemplating military action in Iran. In his book, Para legendary journalist, sitting right across from me right now, Bob Woodward, recounted, but if you want to do it, I'll support you. Way to be bold. Use your voice there, J.D. That's the extent, as far as we know, of the pushback Trump has gotten from some of his closest advisors as he continues to make one bad decision after another in this conflict. And it's a stark contrast to the kind of pushback Trump reportedly got during his first administration when contemplating military action in Iran. In his book, Para legendary journalist, sitting right across from me right now, Bob Woodward, recounted some of the debates Trump had with his first-term advisors on the subject of striking Iran. And he wrote, quote, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley went back and forth like a tag team, underscoring the reasons not to take any military action. Vice President Pence and Acting Defense Secretary Miller seemed to agree that no military action should be taken. Okay, thanks, Trump said.
Y'all help me reach my goal, please.
The whole Iran thing comes and goes and comes and goes and comes and goes. CIA Director Gina Haspel was worried about the lack of a clear decision and called Milley. This is a highly dangerous situation. We're going to lash out for his ego? And later that night, Pompeo called Milley, thanked him for arguing against the strike and emphasizing the downsides. We're all good, Milley said, emphasizing the importance of calm and piling on the metaphors. Just steady, breathe through our noses. Steady as a rock. We're going to land this plane safely. We've got a plane with 4 engines and 3 of them are out. We've got no landing gear, but we're going to land this plane and we're going to land it safely. But this time around, no one is planning to land the plane safely. Everyone in Trump 2.0, or most people at least that we know about, just seem along for the ride.
He's a
and now
disgrace.
the same people who let Trump get us into this war are bungling their best opportunity to get us out of it.
Let me see. Hold on. What I got next? Ooh.
This war started as a preemptive strike.
Okay, I need to get the likes up. We're going. Trying to see, is this a new one that we didn't cover last night? I need to hear it first.
there's a simple Christian-centered online business that you haven't heard of before, and it's built to bless you.
All right, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. We appreciate you watching with us as we've been tracking that breaking news out in Southern California. We'll let you know as the night moves forward if we have any more developments about that suspect in that police chase. It looked like a pretty severe car chase, the way it ended there. So, Andy Mack had you covered as we were tracking that the past few hours. We're going to continue moving forward with not only updates in Los Angeles, but also updates in Hawaii as the evening moves forward. For now, we have a lot of discussion about the Middle East, about the war in Iran. A live look at the White House just past 9:15 in the nation's capital. A lot of questions about the ceasefire. How fragile is the ceasefire tonight? That's something that we're going to be discussing with our analysts and experts, and of course that includes Professor Alon Burstein of the Israel-Palestine Report. Good to see you, Alon. The Strait of Hormuz, not surprisingly, has been the topic of discussion once again for the day, as well as Lebanon. Let's start with this map from Marine Traffic, giving us a rough idea of where the ships are at this hour. Today, the IDF alone struck over 100 Hezbollah targets in 10 minutes. A live look at Beirut. The time in Lebanon is just past 4 in the morning. The IDF says that this was their largest coordinated strike ever across Lebanon since the start of the war. In response to this mass amount of strikes in Lebanon, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. So naturally, Alone, a lot of people have the question, is this ceasefire in jeopardy? Would you say it is tonight?
Good to see you, Austin. Absolutely. You know, when we were speaking yesterday, I said, we asked you what is going to be the stress point of the ceasefire, and I said it's the multitude of actors that are involved. It's not just the United States and Iran. The United States and Iran and Israel and Hezbollah, Pakistan being a negotiator, the Houthis, brigades in Iraq, and then all the Gulf countries, everyone here has their own interests. Similarly, the big debate right now, and there is very public disagreement between the United States and Iran, and then by proxy also Israel, Hezbollah, and Pakistan, as to whether this ceasefire includes a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Iran has said from the beginning that one of its demands to end the war, but as one of its demands to come into the ceasefire as well, was that this include all other arenas that are associated with the war. As far as Iran is concerned, that blatantly includes Israel's invasion of Lebanon and the attacks against Hezbollah. Pakistan also confirmed yesterday already that Hezbollah and Israel are included in this ceasefire. Meanwhile, later in the night, Israel said no, the ceasefire does not include Israel and Lebanon. Then gone to a massive airstrike. I know we're going to talk about that a little bit later, so I'll get into details about that later. But Israel said that, and the United States also came out and said no, the ceasefire does not include Israel and Hezbollah. Now, one of the ironies of the current situation is Hezbollah actually did cease the fire. Hezbollah is siding with Iran, obviously. Iran is saying this includes Hezbollah. Hezbollah, throughout the entire day, only launched a couple of rockets in the evening in retaliation. It did not retaliate at all for hours upon hours to Israel's massive airstrike. So what we have here right now is the side saying, disagreeing about whether the parameters of the ceasefire have been violated or not. Iran closing the Straits of Hormuz, threatening to fire missiles at Israel, and even went even more explicit and said it will not show up for the negotiations in Islamabad in Pakistan on Friday unless the ceasefire is extended to include Israel and Lebanon. What we have here at this point is both sides are saying, no, the other one is wrong. Therefore, each one is accusing the other one of violating. Iran is saying that the United States and Israel have violated it, whereas the United States is saying, no, Iran, by closing the Straits of Hormuz, is violated because Israel and Lebanon were never involved. Again, this is multiple actors that each one of them is interpreting this differently. Right now, it seems, despite all the inflammatory rhetoric, at least when it comes to bombing campaigns in Iran and firing missiles, the ceasefire is still being upheld, but it is on very thin ice at this moment.
So the reason why the Strait of Hormuz is being looked at, and the reason why Iran vowed to choke it, at least, is because of 100 plus strikes taking place in Lebanon in some 10 minutes, according to the IDF.
I know you have your map behind you where you can track where these types of incidents happen. What are you seeing behind you?
So if I zoom in right now, this is a map of Lebanon, and the red dots are Israeli airstrikes and also ground offensives that have happened throughout Lebanon. And the yellow areas over here are areas that Israel has ordered Lebanese civilians to evacuate because that is an area that Israel is declaring a war zone, a military zone. So we have most of southern Lebanon over here, but where the bulk of these airstrikes happened are in the southern areas of Beirut. So if we zoom in on Beirut, we see this entire yellow area that's known as the Dahya area, the southern parts of Beirut, and that is where the multiple airstrikes happen. Now, we don't see 100 red dots here because a lot of the airstrikes happen in the same place again and again. It's against Hezbollah bunkers, against targets, so we're not going to see 100 red dots here, but we're going to see multiple bigger red dots as these airstrikes happen. This attack, as you mentioned, the Israeli military said that it was targeting over 300 Hezbollah operatives and military targets, carrying out over 100 airstrikes. Obviously, target more than one thing in an airstrike. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, up until a few hours ago, they had counted 182 people that had been killed in those airstrikes and close to 1,000 people injured. Israel, in turn, said that it believes that there are at least 300 Hezbollah casualties. Didn't say how many of them were killed or injured. 300 Hezbollah casualties, so maybe that is out of that, over 1,000 people that have been injured and 182 people killed. We don't know the exact parameters. What is apparent, though, is that Israel, I would say, and this is now speculation on my part, but I would say was trying to send a message. The fact that immediately after, in the hours after the ceasefire between the United States and Iran goes into effect, Israel carries out, by its own admission, the largest airstrike against Hezbollah targets, is trying to send a very powerful, you and I have often talked about tacit messages. This is not a tacit message. This is a very blatant message saying, as far as Israel is concerned, its war with Hezbollah is not going to be affected. I would speculate that message may have been a little bit too loud, because now we all of a sudden have the Vice President of the United States saying, well, Israel may be going to restrain a little, maybe going to pull back. But that's the result of that airstrike right now. The United States seemingly wants Israel to maybe restrain itself a little bit, but also wants to use this as a pressure valve on Iran. It all comes down to almost a game of chicken, and who is going to buckle first? Is it going to be Iran saying, okay, continue the war in Lebanon, we'll go to negotiations? Or the United States saying, no, we'll restrain Israel because otherwise the ceasefire will collapse?
Israel is accusing Lebanese leadership of failing to act against Hezbollah. How much responsibility does Lebanon have to act against Hezbollah?
She is a Holocaust survivor who has seen far more evil than any human being should endure. All these years, and things have not changed. And we're still appealing to all of us who can make a difference and must make a difference.
We bring that light of hope in the darkness. And we say, there is hope for your future.
This is where I talk about what I liked in my first box. If I hadn't already been using them since the beginning of the year.
Lebanon bears a huge amount of responsibility. Hezbollah operates, and if again I zoom in, Hezbollah operates from Lebanon and operates primarily from the southern regions of Lebanon, south of the Litani River. It has set up over the years a state within a state, to a large extent, because it operates a shadow government in this southern area. It operates its own banking system in this southern area, and the Lebanese military, to a large extent, in these southern areas of Lebanon, has been stronger than the Lebanese military presence there. So Lebanon ultimately bears all that responsibility. Now, at the same time, it's also important to note that Lebanon had a very catastrophic civil war between 1975 and 1990, and it is deathly scared of entering into another ethnic clash between Christians, Sunnis, and Shiites. Hezbollah are Shiites. And that is one of the reasons that over the years, the Lebanese government has tried to placate Hezbollah, negotiate with it. Hezbollah also has a political wing. They have cabinet ministers at times. And that's been sort of this very, very tense relationship within Lebanon. Now, there have been two different events. One after 2006, when there was a massive war between Israel and Hezbollah, and one at the end of 2024. In both cases, the Lebanese government and the Lebanese military pledged that they will come down south and they will neutralize Hezbollah. It did not happen in 2006 at all. There was a lot more hope in 2024 because Hezbollah had been vastly weakened and the Lebanese military had pledged to do this and they were being funded to do this, and it looked like they were going to do this until a few months ago when they basically said, we can't do that without a civil war, and it just ended into a stalemate. So Israel is saying if Lebanon is not going to be the one to actually carry this out, Israel will have to carry it out. I will say also, though, that what Lebanese government is saying in response is, a few weeks ago, it said to Israel, let's both countries meet, have direct negotiations for the first time, and maybe we come up with a peace treaty, and then it will be a lot easier for the Lebanese government and military to marshal the population to fight Hezbollah. Because Hezbollah's claim is, so long as there's an active war with Israel, then the Lebanese military is too weak, and that's why you need us. And that's what the Lebanon is fearful of. So, go to internal Lebanese politics, ultimately Lebanon bears responsibility, obviously, for what happens within its territory, but the Lebanese government is constantly trying to find ways to say if we work out our problems with Israel differently, then maybe we'll be able to resolve this. Israel is saying it doesn't trust Lebanon, and that's our current stalemate.
Have the U.S. or Iran fired at each other since the announcement of the ceasefire?
We haven't heard of anything explicit. There were a couple incidents throughout the day. I'm now trying to, sorry, I zoomed up too far. There were a couple incidents throughout the day. One was reportedly right near Kharg Island. If we look at Kharg Island over here, this is off the coast of Iran, we see these various different airstrikes that have happened throughout the time of the war. But specifically, there was a report of a major explosion that happened there earlier today. I say earlier today, it's actually about 2 hours ago. We don't know. No one took responsibility for it. And then a message was put out by the United States saying that was not us, nor was it Israel. I cannot verify that. I cannot deny that. Maybe it was clandestine U.S. operations, clandestine Israeli operations. It could also just be, there's so much warfare happening there. It could be, munitions that had not detonated. So far, we haven't had anyone saying that they're carrying out attacks. In turn, there were some reports in Kuwait about drones that Iran may have fired into the area that had been shot down. Iran said that it shot down an Israeli drone in the area. So that's the type of warfare that we've seen over the last 24 hours. We haven't seen major attacks. We haven't seen missiles fired. We haven't seen major bombings. We have seen minor explosions, some drone warfare. At this point, all within the framework of what we call deniability. Everyone is saying, yes, but that's not us. Yes, that's not happening. Everyone's trying to keep the other side on their toes, trying to show the other side they're still primed for war. The rhetoric is very inflammatory on both sides. Israel and the United States saying that they brought Iran to their knees and that the enriched uranium will be dug out one way or another, either by force or with a deal. Iran saying that it brought the United States to their knees and that's why they ended up with these negotiations. So a lot of inflammatory rhetoric, minor incidents, but all within the framework of deniability at this point.
About 9:30 on the East Coast, we're hearing that Vice President Vance, as you've alluded to, will lead a U.S. delegation to Islamabad for talks with Iran. Vance is going to be joined, we expect, by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. The talks are expected to begin Friday in Pakistan. Ultimately, alone, what are going to be the main points, the main sticking points that are going to have to be worked through later this week?
So first we have to see if we even get to those talks. Like I said, right now Iran is threatening that it's not going to send its own emissaries to those talks. Iran is supposed to send its foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, and the head of the Iranian parliament, the Speaker of the House, Mohammad Ghalibaf, two people who, I will say, over the last couple of months have developed, I'll put it in a lot of quotation points, good relationships with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They're the ones that were negotiating. They're the negotiators. They're the ones that ultimately, when there were started to be talks about these ceasefires, it was rumored that Abbas Araghchi called.
Do you currently receive government benefits, such as Medicaid, SNAP food stamps?
For this ceasefire and possible de-escalation in Donald Trump's war that he started with Iran.
The U.S. is pulling back from the brink. Trump announcing that 2-week ceasefire after extreme, unusual, and quite possibly criminal threats to literally annihilate, I should say, the civilization of Iran. The agreement's also an open question here. This would be day one. Trump and Hegseth have been trying to spin it, but we're going to go through exactly what the facts are here. We don't have a lot to show for the agreement yet.
With our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective. On plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one.
No, and very few people actually believe that. There's a lot of facts here that get in the way of those kind of claims. The war's not obviously over. There's no permanent victory on the energy issues or even the long-term capabilities and weapon systems in Iran. This is a ceasefire of sorts, and a lot of folks think that's better than the
Seen as
alternative, whether that was continuing this war
the
the way it was
peace
going,
as physical.
or worse,
It was always
if you
fake.
took anything Donald Trump posted and said at face value, having the U.S. go into this war crimes assault. Now, when you look at the actual terms, there are some big sticking points today. Israel has resumed attacks on Lebanon. Iran has invoked that or claimed that as a violation of the ceasefire. There are reports that they've closed the strait in response to those very attacks. This is the AP reporting. Iran also accusing the U.S. of violating the truce, which could bring into doubt these hastily scheduled upcoming talks. And then there's the question of what the U.S. strength and leverage is here, because the talks could start as soon as this Friday. The Iranian Navy this morning was reportedly trying to still restrict the traffic at the strait. Now, nobody's trying to rush to count against progress if there were progress, but it would seem that on day one, Iran is not exactly doing what Trump claimed they would do 24 hours ago. The journal reporting, this recording, that was played to ships in the region there, in that area, saying you must receive permission from the Iranian Navy from passing through the strait. If a vessel tries to transit without permission, they will be destroyed. Iran's government signaling its intention to continue asserting influence over the waterway, the journal reports, and noting that as of this report, which was just a few hours ago today, most ships aren't moving. At a minimum, that is less than what Trump promised. At a maximum, it would suggest that Iran continues to do some of what it wants to do. Mind you, they've been bombed and attacked and hurt, but they are wielding huge geostrategic and energy power. And if they're spending today restricting those ships and tankers, then they're continuing to do that. Prices that have been rising since the beginning of the war did fall, we should note, below $100 a barrel because of the announced reopening of the strait. But to move on from day trading, that still raises a question of whether the strait will be meaningfully reopened on a long-term basis. Otherwise, the day trading can go back up. There's also been the erratic shifting deadlines and then the caving from Trump. In March, remember, 48 hours, 5 days, 10 days. On Easter Sunday, we got this very extreme threat, which understandably drew a lot of concern across the Middle East and a lot of attention. But that didn't mean that people thought it would happen. That was the 2 weeks or face war crimes. Politico reporting that Iran's leadership structure is intact since, of course, the decapitation. So the Trump attacks did kill Iran's leaders, but they have been replaced with a hardline government, and those hardliners have control. Some sanctions have been lifted. The enriched uranium is in Iran. So we have the full force of the American military, which, as we've reported and experts have mentioned, has done what it has been asked to do. But that doesn't mean it can prevent Iran from turning one of the world's most important shipping lanes into, as Politico puts it, a de facto parking lot. Now, you could look at all this and say, oh, maybe it's bad news, maybe it's not perfect, but is everyone just out to criticize Trump? And by the way, he earned his share of criticism in threatening war crimes and attacking the civilian population, the very things that the Western world and the United States and our allies have long bemoaned about dictatorships and terrorists. Remember, the big thing that divides us and terrorists, we say, and have said for years, is that they target civilians. We don't, except the president was. Now, take that all together in his criticism, and you can still say, but is this just a habit of this discourse? Or if you talk to people in the White House, they will tell you the media just starts out negative. Well, even take a look at how the agreement was received at Fox News.
We have not reached any of those objectives.
There are serious questions about the future of this agreement.
Dismantle all major nuclear facilities. That has not happened.
Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. They never had control of the strait.
They have not suspended their ballistic missiles program. They're still firing them off.
It can't be just peace in our time. We have a 10-point deal, and they've agreed to this. I just think it's going to be very, very complicated.
That's a laundry list of non-starters.
Quickest way to improve vision.
This is the quickest way to improve vision without drops, surgeries, or injections, even if you have AMD, cataracts, or glaucoma. Did you hear Oxford discovered vision problems are 100% reversible? For real? What about stuff like cataracts and macular degeneration? Yep. Floaters, cataracts, glaucoma.
It's Pistol Pete has been making money. Oh, yeah, they all make money. Oh. Yep. Yep, and he's staying out of jail. Cause he got some pedo charges on him as well. Well, SA charges. Yep, he got some heavy charges on him as well.
Non-starters, failures, objectives not achieved against Trump and Hegseth saying everything is achieved. And that just doesn't wash because we're still in a ceasefire, not the end of the war. If everything were achieved, you wouldn't have a ceasefire, you'd have it over. So even if you want to grade on a curve of Trump's hyperbole, nobody really believes what he's saying, which is a problem for the credibility of the United States, even as people take a chance to exhale that he didn't make good on what were likely impeachable illegal threats to attack civilians en masse. The journal also reporting that Gulf states are grappling with how to survive next to what is now an emboldened Iran, which as of now retains control over what we've been discussing, the quote, Strait of Hormuz, and seeks to become a regional hegemon. As we have done throughout this story and other stories in the Middle East, we want to bring in an expert who is known for his experience and nonpartisan views. Ambassador Dennis Ross served as a diplomat and peace negotiator in the Clinton administration. He also served in the Bush administration and that of Obama. Welcome back.
Good to be with you.
You know, a lot has changed, and we have a lot more folks on the right who are what you would traditionally call doves when it comes to Middle East intervention these days. And that's catching up with Trump quickly.
To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, that is evil.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
He can't be a dignified, strong leader without threatening a bunch of war crimes. I don't know about you, but I am sick of it. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a...
Be to Allah without explaining any of it, that is evil.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
He can't be a dignified, strong leader without threatening a bunch of war crimes. I don't know about you, but I am sick of it. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human?
Ambassador Ross, I have about 1 minute left. It would seem this issue has revived things that are well known and documented about Donald Trump. That he doesn't behave that way, that he doesn't have a propriety or decorum, that he does lie with great ease, that's been established. And yet this now seems to be the gateway drug for his right-wing detractors. And I'm just curious, given the policy of it all, what it means, do you think, if the United States, for all of its military power, doesn't necessarily have a long runway where the president and his party want to stay deeply enmeshed in this going into the election?
Look, I would take a step back and just offer the following observation. From the very beginning of this, there should have been an explanation to the country. Why is this necessary? The issue of imminence
Hi,
for me was
Kevin.
not so much an
Trump
issue
made a
as
national
the nature of
security
the
mistake
ongoing
and
threat.
also
You should have
NATO
explained
is
there's an
about
ongoing threat. We are trying to resolve
This
it diplomatically.
is
We tried and
wow.
we failed because they're really not prepared to give up a nuclear weapons capability. They're not prepared to give up a ballistic missile threat to the neighborhood. They're not prepared to walk away from blocking international waterway. And that's why we've had to deal with this threat. And then you explain, here's what we're trying to achieve. Why, what, and how. That should have been what it was explained from the very beginning. And then people even on the right who are not enthusiastic about this at least would have an explanation.
Right.
The
No,
fact
it
that this is shifted from...
Okay, let's see what we got next. Hold on.
Hey, it's Ashley with 4 Patriots. We're in a bit of trouble. To put it plainly, we need to clear out some space. As news of Trump's ceasefire broke, some of the chief influencers in the MAGA movement were less than thrilled about what Trump described as a...
Get the lights up, y'all. Double tap the 3 dots at the top right corner. Support the platform.
As news of Trump's ceasefire broke, some of the chief influencers in the MAGA movement were less than thrilled about what Trump described as a total and complete victory.
I don't think that it was good at all to try to negotiate with these people, because now they think that they have legitimacy, that they are, equal partners at the table, and that they are equals to our negotiators here in the United States. And I think that that is a grave mistake.
This is a complete and total U.S. defeat. This is an absolute, there is no ambiguity here. It's not debatable. It's not subject to interpretation. We lost decisively. So we did not achieve any of the objectives that we set out to accomplish.
It's only going to get worse.
Let's go, James.
And the commentators that say it's a great Trump, they're just idiots. And look around. Trump, you can trust nobody. Nobody. You understand? Pete, you can trust nobody. The walls are closing in on you.
You know, James, the president, the defense secretary, and media cheerleaders like Fox News and Eli Lake of the right-wing Free Press all said, Iran, a brilliant victory achieved by Trump's genius. So I guess there was unconditional surrender, total regime change, right? Because that's what he said was going to happen. I don't think it quite worked out that way. What they have not told us, 2 weeks of negotiations, sure, Iran's leaders and military were devastated. There was no regime change, however, as promised. The regime today may be worse than the one before. The abused citizens, he was going to come to the rescue in January, they probably are worse off. And Iran, where their missiles have certainly been reduced, their air force and their navy devastated, they have a new weapon that may be far more lethal. They can control the Straits of Hormuz, which, they can either stop shipments or they can charge a fee. And America has depleted some of its armaments. Russia and China have got to feel that they are the big winners in this thing, no matter what happens in the weeks ahead. Everyone should read the New York Times, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan on how Trump went to war, even willing to, commit war crimes. It was careless, it was thoughtless, and he was rolled. He was rolled by Benjamin Netanyahu, who told him you can knock out the regime. And Bibi said maybe the Shah's son, who hasn't been in the country for half a century, can take over Iran. Shades of Shalabi in Iraq. Trump accepted that even though the military said Bibi usually lies, and Marco Rubio said his claims were bullshit. He's also been rolled by the Saudi dictator MEMPHIS. Putin has dominated him, so has Xi Jinping, and for a while even the little North Korean dictator. We're in the passions of the moment right now about this terrible war, but I'll tell you, I think 2 or 3 years from now, we're going to look back and say we've lost allies. If anything, the region may be more dangerous. Iran knowing they can stop shipments anytime they really want to. I just think this is going to, whatever happens in the next 2 weeks, this is going to turn out to be a disaster.
Well, I think I agree with all of this, but I think the really, really powerful, significant story here is that the Maggie and Jonathan Swain story Everybody is leaking. And by the way, they have a book coming out in June. This is
right.
nothing compared to what you're going to see. And I got news for Trump and Pete Hegseth. Everybody around you is leaking. The most secret stuff, they're all calling and telling, and they're all setting themselves up so that so history
25th.
will
You
try
right,
to
Kevin.
clear them. It's only beginning. It's only
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, there we go. Let me back it up just a little bit.
Trump. Look around. Trump, you can trust nobody. Nobody. You understand? Pete, you can trust nobody. The walls are closing in on you. People hate you. They're leaking. They're calling people. And you got good reporters like Maggie and Jonathan Swain. By the way, he's a very, very good reporter. I did a bit with him a few years ago. And he's got tremendous sources in there. And they all ratting everybody out. This is going to continue to be hopefully I don't get by too many people killed over it. This is going to be a hugely entertaining story going forward. I'll tell you that.
This is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummies every
Thank
day.
you.
Day one, you take your first gummy.
Yeah, and the one thing, alliances matter. After 9/11, we counted on alliances. You can't go it alone. We are the world's
And
greatest
that was
superpower.
Israel.
We still can't go it alone.
To go at
And you know
war with
something,
somebody
James,
else.
in a year or two or
Repeat.
three, if there's a crisis, and we call London or we call Paris or we call Berlin or we call even South Korea, I think we're going to have a lot more trouble getting someone to join us because they can't trust us. Because you can't trust him. He lies, and he's lied throughout this. I think over the long run, this is just going to be devastating. I've always had a little bit of a different view. I will share my view. But certainly yours would be a very legitimate view. I think it's going to get better fast because I think the world is just wanting to get better. And I think the country's going to want to get better. I think people in the United States and people around the world, particularly in places we've traditionally been aligned with, Canada, Western Europe, places like that.
Thank you, Flip Mode.
I think they're
They're
going to want this situation to have some normalcy.
Thank you,
to it.
Sassafras.
Hopefully we get it back. We're not getting it back as long as he's running. I can tell you that.
Well, that's right. I concur totally. But although I think, when we get a Democratic president in 2029, there are going to be several of these countries asking, okay, is this a return to American normalcy? That's what we were told in 2021, and look what happened. And at least it's a question they have to worry about. That's the damage he's done. And I hope you're right. Suspect you are, but it's not as.
It's not as what?
Yes, everybody around you is leaking. The most secret stuff, they're all calling and telling, and they're all setting themselves up so so history will try to clear them. It's only beginning. It's only going to get worse. And the commentators that say it's a great Trump, they're just idiots. Look around. Trump, you can trust nobody. Nobody. You understand? Pete, you can trust nobody.
He ain't trustworthy.
The walls are closing in on you. People hate you. They're leaking. They're calling people. and you got good reporters like Maggie and Jonathan Swain. By the way, he's a very, very good reporter. I did a bit with him a few years ago, and he's got tremendous sources in there, and they all ratting everybody out. This is going to continue to be a hopefully I don't get by too many people killed over it. This is going to be a hugely entertaining story going forward, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and, the one thing, alliances matter.
Thank you,
After
Joe.
9/11, we counted on alliances. You can't go it alone. We are the world's greatest superpower. We still can't go it alone. And you know something, James, a year or two or three, if there's a crisis, and we call London, or we call Paris, or we call Berlin, or we call even South Korea, we're going to have a lot more trouble getting someone to join us because they can't trust us. Because you can't trust him. He lies, and he's lied throughout this. I think over the long run, this is just going to be devastating.
I've always had a little bit of your view. I will share my view. But certainly yours would be a very legitimate view. I think it's going to get better fast because I think the world is just wanting to get better. And I think the country's going to want to get better. I think people in the United States and people around the world, particularly in places we've traditionally been aligned with, Canada, Western Europe, places like that, I think they're going to want this situation to have some normalcy to it. Hopefully we get it back. We're not getting it back as long as he's burning, I can tell you that.
Well, that's right. I concur totally. But although I think, when we get a Democratic president in 2029, there are going to be several of these countries asking, okay, is this a return to American normalcy? That's what we were told in 2021, and look what happened. And at least it's a question they have to worry about. That's the damage he's done. And I hope you're right. Suspect you are. But it's not as clear-cut as it's been.
Yeah, I hope I am too. That's a 2029. It's a long way to go.
Oh my God! Oh,
a long way to Tipperary or something like that.
Right. If we're doing the podcast in 2029, all you people out there, I want you to say, "Man, you old geezers are really doing something good." Speaking of elections, there were several yesterday. The most prominent being the Georgia race for Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat and the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. There were other local races. And everything I saw was nothing but good news, again, for Democrats. CNN's Harry Enton. I've become a Harry Enton fan. He is as insightful as he is entertaining. He found Democrats were running not only double digits better than Harris's performance in 24, but that increase, the increase over the special elections over the last presidential election was much bigger than it was in 2018 when Democrats won a landslide victory in the House. Wisconsin Republicans just threw in the towel, and that Supreme Court majority that Democrats hold is going to be there in 2030. That means they will protect against the Trump and efforts to steal. And in that suburban county, elected a heavily Republican county, elected a Republican mayor. And in Georgia, he got what the general, who was a Democratic candidate, got 44%. That was what, James? 13 points, 14 points better than Harris?
Tom Ogle drove 200 miles on only 2 gallons of gasoline.
Royal Raymond Rife claimed he could heal cancer using sound frequencies.
Nikola Tesla built Wardenclyffe Tower, hoping that it would power the world for free.
John not only discovered free energy, he also discovered a way of propelling a craft into space that wouldn't necessarily need fuel.
Stan said he could take tap water, pour it into the gas tank, and run his dune buggy.
Wilhelm Reich was so far ahead of the medical industry that they destroyed it.
It is a deliberate campaign of disinformation to discredit the work that he had done years earlier.
The money people do not want this out because it disrupts their business model and their almighty dollar. Probably more than $2 quadrillion in assets. If we can get this done right.
No, 31 and 40, but Trump carried the district by 37. The Democrats lost it by 12. You can do that. That's big. I think it's 25. Look, this is what Democrats have to conclude. You have to say situational awareness. What's the situation right now? We're winning everything. You made one little misstep. You said that the W County elected a Republican mayor. It was a Democratic mayor. I know that's what you meant. But
well, they nominated a left winger for that seat, right?
But so you ask yourself, here we are, early April of election year. What's more likely to happen when people start voting in October on through the election day? Will the situation be the same? Will be about where we are? Will Trump get more popular and the Republicans do somewhat better than they're doing today, or will it even get worse? I actually think the logical play here is you play where the ball is going to be, not where the ball is. I think it's going to get worse for them. And what I'm advocating and what I'm doing myself, I'm spending my time and my energy on Senate races. We're going to win the House, okay? Yeah, I'm making these assumptions. We're going to win the House, and we're not going to have much trouble in places like North Carolina or Georgia to hold us.
I hope not.
Things could go.
I hope we don't have no problems at all.
We could talk about that at a later date, maybe. But for the most part, I'm in third-tier Senate races: South Carolina, Florida, Mississippi, Texas, because I think that we're on the verge of having. They're on the verge of, I said we're on the verge of having a particularly good year. It's more like they're on the verge of having a really catastrophic year. And we ought to play hard into that. Not where it is, and it's in a very good place. But I think it's just going to get better.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right, you focus there, which is really good.
Did you see the
and
short
I'm going to focus out west. I'm going to focus on Alaska and Montana and Iowa.
Yeah,
all
I think I covered that.
Circumstances can and should be winnable.
When he was fussing and cussing.
Well, Senate race. We're going to talk to Governor Bullock in the show. Right. I will put another one that might slightly be in play. You ready? Drum roll, please. Idaho. They actually have coming up with a really good.
He had too many F-bombs in there.
Same thing is happening in Montana. So we can explore.
I think in Nebraska also, right, James?
Yeah, we got that. Yeah, yes.
This
might be the new trend in politics, particularly west of the Mississippi. That the identity idiots have so tarnished the party brand.
Yeah, I think so.
That people are just going to run as independents and do what Angus King does, which is completely fine with me. By the way, Bernie Sanders, caucus with the Democrats. I'd much rather have an independent that caucus with the Democrats than a right-wing Republican. And
no question.
Maybe the brand is in that shape where they have to do that. I'm not embarrassed by it. I'm like, man, do what you got to do, win the goddamn election.
Well, Tom Edsall, as always, has a couple good pieces in the New York Times. And what Tom
He's not that bad this time with all the F-bombs, baby.
He's right. That may well be a good short-term solution. And
yeah, but he told him to pull up or change his shitty diet.
Yeah, is the Democrats can improve that brand, which has been wrecked by a number of things, the left-wing cultural elitist, Joe Biden and others. But, you know, as a way station, whether it's Montana or Idaho or Nebraska, if you can elect a Angus King type independent, go for it.
Absolutely.
James, final subject. J.D. Vance, that great shapeshifter, is out there on the campaign
shapeshifter. Really oh my God!
For a candidate. That candidate is not in Wisconsin, or is not in Montana, or is not in Texas or North Carolina. That candidate is in Hungary. Viktor Orban, the pro-Putin, autocratic, corrupt leader of Hungary, who is down in the polls, and who is over there helping him but J.D. Vance. I mean, I think it's going to actually be counterproductive, but it's also outrageous.
Yeah, I guess it's outrageous. I also guess at some level it's humorous. And if you notice in the stories that Vance is saying, I told Trump that I disagreed with the Iran war, but that if he did it, I would be for it. This is a man that's trying to cover his tracks to run for president. And if he thinks the MAGA people, or what's left of them, don't notice that, or thinks other people don't notice that, he's playing everybody for a fool. And the fact that they're getting crap knocked out of them in places like Georgia and Wisconsin and losing wild county mayors, and he's in Budapest doing his thing, just adds to the, not the odiousness of J.D. Vance, because he can't be any more odious than he is, but it just adds to the clownish aspect of J.D. Vance's politics.
Yeah, no, it does. You know, it certainly does. I mean, James talking about changing, how many times he changed his name? I mean, I think he changed his name 3 or 4 times. If you're going to change your name, I guess you can change your positions, right?
You know, that guy just strikes me as somebody probably got dropped on his head when he was a kid or something. There's something wrong with that boy. I mean, really wrong with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, he's so funny. He said he got dropped on his head when he was a kid or something.
Strike again. You know, folks, in my time in public life, and that goes back a good while now, I've learned that there are moments in the history of a nation where everything narrows down to a single evening, a single decision.
Yeah, I think we got to get the lights up. It's this.
Whether America means what it says. And right now, as I'm looking at what's unfolding with Iran, the ultimatums, the extensions, because this didn't, you know, there are moments in the life of a nation where everybody needs to stop, take a breath, and really look at what just happened. Not through the lens of who you voted for, not through the lens of cable news, but through the lens of what this means.
Joanne, what is
for the
David?
country you're going to hand
You
to
know,
your
you
children.
kill me. I got to keep my eye on you
What we've just
because you
witnessed
drop
between the
names,
United States and Iran,
and I don't know. So I
this
just need you to be
two-week
straight to the
ceasefire
point and stop dropping
announced
other
in the
people's
final
names.
90 minutes before a presidential deadline.
I don't
to
know what
launch
you're doing
devastating
with that.
strikes.
I don't understand.
That is one of
Give
those
an explanation. Don't just give a name. You know, I'm going through your comments and I'm deleting them because it seems like you're dropping names and you don't support my platforms. Send some gems. You know, support me. Yeah, hit the like button. But you know, I gotta watch you, Joanne. You're a name dropper, but you don't drop gems.
You know, there are moments in the life of a nation where everybody needs to stop, take a breath, and really look at what just happened. Not through the lens of who you voted for, not through the lens of cable news,
Okay.
but through
Thank
the
you.
lens of what this means for the country you're going to hand to your children. What we've just witnessed between the United States and Iran, this 2-week ceasefire, I faced it with North Korea in 1990. You know, there are moments in the life of a nation where everybody needs to stop, take a breath, and really look at what just happened. Not through the lens of who you voted for, not through the lens of cable news, but through the lens of what this means for the country you're going to hand to your children. What we've just witnessed between the United States and Iran, this 2-week ceasefire announced in the final 90 minutes before a presidential deadline to launch devastating strikes, that is one of those moments. Now look, I've been in that chair. I know what it feels like when the clock is ticking and millions of lives hang on a decision that only one person can make. I faced it with North Korea in 1994. I faced it in Bosnia. I faced it every single time we had to decide whether American power would be used wisely or recklessly. And let me tell you something. The gravity of those moments never leaves you. It shouldn't leave any president. So when I look at what's unfolding right now, a fragile ceasefire already showing cracks, both sides claiming total victory, our closest allies publicly contradicting the terms, and attacks still being reported across the Gulf even as the ink dries, I don't see a triumph. I see a country that was taken to the edge of something catastrophic and pulled back at the last second without a clear plan for what comes next. And that should concern every American. I want to walk you through exactly what happened, what's in this deal, and where I believe this is heading, because some of the details here are going to surprise you. And we'll come back to those in a moment. But first, we've got to understand the road that brought us here, because none of this happened in a vacuum. Now, to understand where we are today, you've got to understand the road that brought us here, because this didn't start last Tuesday. This started a long time ago. Back in 2015, the United States, along with our European allies, Russia and China, negotiated the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. Now look, was it a perfect agreement? No. No deal of that magnitude ever is. I'll be the first to tell you that. But it did something essential. It froze Iran's nuclear program under the most intrusive international inspection regime ever designed. It gave us eyes inside their facilities, and it kept the door open for diplomacy, for engagement, for the slow, unglamorous work of building a more stable Middle East. Then in 2018, President Trump pulled out. He tore up the deal, said he'd get a better one. And here's what happened instead. Iran started enriching uranium again. They went from 3.67% to 60% and beyond. Every guardrail we had built, gone. Every inspector we had inside, sidelined. And the world watched as the single most effective non-proliferation agreement of the 21st century was discarded, not because it failed, but because it had somebody else's name on it. Fast forward to February 2026. The United States, alongside Israel, launched a military campaign against Iran. Now the Strait of Hormuz, a waterway about as wide as the English Channel, where 20% of the world's oil passes through every single day, became the chessboard. Iran closed it. Oil prices spiked. Global markets shuttered. Shipping routes that keep food and fuel moving to ordinary people around the world were suddenly held hostage to a conflict that could have been avoided. And then Pakistan, Pakistan, of all countries, stepped in as mediator. Iran put forward a 10-point plan. The U.S. had its own 15-point maximalist proposal. And somewhere between those two documents, in the final 90 minutes before a presidential deadline, we got a 2-week ceasefire. And this is where things start to get complicated. Let me walk you through what's actually in this deal, because the details matter more than the headlines. Iran published a 10-point ceasefire framework. Here's what it includes. A U.S. commitment to ensure no further acts of aggression against Iran. Continued Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. Acceptance, and I want you to really hear this word, acceptance of Iran's nuclear enrichment rights. Lifting of all primary sanctions. Lifting of all secondary sanctions. Termination of all United Nations Security Council resolutions against Iran. Termination of all International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors resolutions against Iran. Payment of damages to Iran for losses in the war. Withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region. And cessation of hostilities on all fronts, including Lebanon, Yemen, and Iraq. Now, the White House has not formally signed on to all 10 points. President Trump called it a workable basis on which to negotiate. But here's the honest truth. When you accept someone's framework as your starting point for negotiations, you've already given them enormous leverage. That's negotiation 101. And there's another piece. Trump has floated a so-called joint venture for the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran charges a toll, reportedly up to $2 million per ship. And the U.S. somehow shares in the revenue. Reuters estimated this could be worth $500 billion to Iran over time. Before this war, the strait was open. International waters, free passage. Now we're talking about a toll booth run by the country we just went to war with. Now look, when both sides claim they won, that tells you one of two things. Either both sides are lying, or the deal is so vague that neither side really knows what they agreed to. And folks, neither of those is good. Iran's Supreme National Security Council already said that ceasefire does not signal an end to the war. That's not the language of a country that surrendered. That's the language of a country that believes it got what it wanted and is waiting for more. Now let me be clear about something. I am not criticizing the existence of a ceasefire. Anytime bombs stop falling and people stop dying, that is a good day. I learned that in Bosnia. I learned that at Camp David. I believe it in my bones. What I am criticizing is the process. The reckless, seat-of-the-pants leadership that got us to this point. When we were working on the Dayton Accords in 1995, we spent months building the architecture before anyone sat down at the table. Richard Holbrooke wore himself to the bone doing back-channel diplomacy. We coordinated with our NATO allies. We consulted Congress. We had clear objectives, and we had fallback positions, because that's what responsible crisis management demands. What we saw here was something different. We saw a president posting on social media that a whole civilization will die tonight. We saw self-imposed 8 p.m. deadlines announced to the world like a reality television countdown. We saw America's negotiating position exposed for every adversary on earth to study. And then, in the final hour, we saw a scramble. a frantic last-minute scramble to accept terms that, by any honest measure, look a lot more like Iran's wish list than America's opening bid. And it wasn't just Democrats who saw it. Republican Congressman Austin Scott from Georgia, a senior member of the House Armed Services Committee, publicly criticized this approach. Senator Lindsey Graham called for congressional review. Even Laura Ingraham on Fox News questioned whether the president fully understood the complexity of what he was dealing with. When Laura Ingraham is asking those questions, folks, we've got to pay attention. Let me tell you something. The strength of American diplomacy has never been about who talks loudest. It's about who prepares best, who builds the broadest coalition, and who keeps their word. You don't tweet ultimatums and then hope somebody blinks. That's not diplomacy. That's gambling. And when you're gambling with the lives of American service members and the stability of the global economy, the stakes are too high for improvisation. Now I want to broaden the lens a little, because the problem here isn't just one deal or one ceasefire. The problem is what this episode reveals about the erosion of the guardrails that keep American democracy functioning. Start with Congress. The United States launched the war against Iran, a sovereign nation, a major regional power, without a formal declaration of war, without a new authorization for the use of military force. The last time I checked, Article 1 of the Constitution gives that power to Congress, not to one person's social media account. And it wasn't just Democrats raising this concern. Senator Graham, a man who has rarely met a military intervention he didn't support, was out there calling for congressional oversight. That tells you something about how far outside the normal process this went. Then look at the State Department. Where were the professional diplomats? Where was the career foreign service that has spent decades building relationships and institutional knowledge in the Middle East? They were sidelined. And when you sideline the experts, you end up negotiating in a crisis without the people who know the terrain. That's like performing surgery without a surgeon in the room. Look at our allies. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte was visiting the White House the day the ceasefire was announced. And by all accounts, he was as surprised as everyone else. Our European allies are scrambling to figure out what this deal means for their energy security. Israel says Lebanon isn't included in the ceasefire. Pakistan says it is. Iran says...
I stepped away, but I heard him say, we lost the war. Let's back this up. Hit the like button, please. Double tap the face of your screen. Hit the like button. There's 3 dots at the top right corner. Hit them, please.
When we were working on the Dayton Accords in 1995, we spent months building the architecture before anyone sat down at the table. Richard Holbrooke wore himself to the bone doing back-channel diplomacy. We coordinated with our NATO allies. We consulted Congress. We had clear objectives, and we had fallback positions, because that's what responsible crisis management demands. What we saw here was something different. We saw a president posting on social media that a whole civilization will die tonight. We saw self-imposed 8 p.m. deadlines announced to the world like a reality television countdown. We saw America's negotiating position exposed for every adversary on earth to study. And then, in the final hour, we saw a scramble, a frantic, last-minute scramble to accept terms that, by any honest measure, look a lot more like Iran's wish list than America's opening bid. And it wasn't just Democrats who saw it. Republican Congressman Austin Scott from Georgia, a senior member of the House Armed Services Committee, publicly criticized this approach. Senator Lindsey Graham called for congressional review. Even Laura Ingraham on Fox News questioned whether the president fully understood the complexity of what he was dealing with. When Laura Ingraham is asking those questions, folks, we've got to pay attention. Let me tell you something. The strength of American diplomacy has never been about who talks loudest. It's about who prepares best, who builds the broadest coalition, and who keeps their word. You don't tweet ultimatums and then hope somebody blinks. That's not diplomacy. That's gambling. And when you're gambling with the lives
And he lost
of
his
American
casino
service members
gambling.
and the stability of the global economy, the stakes are too high for improvisation. Now I want to broaden the lens a little, because the problem here isn't just one deal or one ceasefire. The problem is what this episode reveals about the erosion of the guardrails that keep American democracy functioning. Start with Congress. The United States launched the war against Iran, a sovereign nation, a major regional power, without a formal declaration of war, without a new authorization for the use of military force. The last time I checked, Article 1 of the Constitution gives that power to Congress,
Right.
not to one person's social media account. And it wasn't just Democrats raising this concern. Senator Graham, a man who has rarely met a military intervention he didn't support, was out there calling for congressional oversight. That tells you something about how far outside the normal process
Well,
this went.
he's been compromised.
Then look at the State
He's in
Department.
the Epstein files.
Where were the professional diplomats? Where was the career foreign service that has spent decades
He fired
building
them.
relationships and institutional knowledge
They fired
in the
them.
Middle East? They were sidelined. And when you sideline the experts, you end up negotiating in a crisis without the people who know the terrain. That's like performing surgery without a surgeon in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Look at our allies. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte was visiting the White House the day the ceasefire was announced. And by all accounts, he was as surprised as everyone else. Our European allies are scrambling to figure out what this deal means for their energy security.
Right.
Israel says Lebanon isn't included in the ceasefire. Pakistan says it is. Iran says it is. The United States hasn't clearly said one way or the other.
You don't know.
When your own allies can't agree on what you just agreed to, you don't have a deal. You have confusion. We've got to remember something.
This
The
is what
problem
happens when
isn't
you
just the
move
drama.
without
It's that we're running
Congress.
the most powerful country in the world like the drama is the product, and the details are somebody else's problem. And institutions, Congress, the State Department, our alliances, international law, those are the shock absorbers of democracy. When you wear them down, the whole vehicle starts shaking.
Absolutely.
Now there's another dimension to this
Front
that I
end
want to
alignment,
address because
lack
it matters.
opinion.
And that's the gap between what's being
Spark
sold to the
plug.
American public and what's actually happening on the ground. President Trump took to Truth Social and declared, and I'm paraphrasing here, total and complete victory, 100%.
Wow.
He said China persuaded Iran to make a deal. He said Iran's uranium stockpile would be perfectly taken care of. He floated this idea of a joint venture for the Strait of Hormuz, as if the United States just co-signed a business deal instead of ending a war we started.
Right. I
And
bet
then
you
Fox
11.
News
Yes,
ran with it.
included.
Laura Ingraham called it a defining moment. Pete Hegseth called it a real chance at peace, to make a deal. He said Iran's uranium stockpile would be perfectly taken care of. He floated this idea of a joint venture for the Strait of Hormuz, as if the United States just co-signed a business deal instead of ending a war we started. And then Fox News ran with it. Laura Ingraham called it a defining moment. Pete Hegseth called it a real chance at peace. Commentators were calling it a home
Democrats
run, a
blackmailing
golden age
structure.
for the Middle East. Now, I respect
What does the Democrats have to do with a deal that
and I
Trump
understand
made
that
on
every
his own?
network
Don't
has
come
its
in here with that
perspective.
bull crap,
But here's where it gets
Connie.
troubling.
Don't come in here with no
At
no
the
bull
very
crap.
same time, and this
This
is
had
important,
everything to do with Trump and his greed. He did not go through the proper chain of command. Stop blaming everybody else except Trump. It is not legal. He did not. It is not legal. Get out of here. No propaganda. No lies. You're banned. No lies. Don't come in here lying way in the midnight hour. No. Thank you, Cotina. No, you cannot. You're going to do what I say, do how I say, do it, or get out. My platform, my time. What have you contributed? Nothing. So shut up. And let me do what I do, how I do it. If not, get out. How dare you? And I'm going to back it up for the ones who got interrupted. Don't tell me to do nothing. Send a Cash App, super sticker, support my platform while you want to hear what I'm offering. If not, shut up. If you don't like it, leave. Go find it your goddamn self. But you're not going to tell me nothing to do. And you're not a supporter. You're a guest. So sit in the guest place. And shut up. The minute you open your mouth, I'm going to block you. So let's be clear who the fuck you think you are. At 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. They both sides of the bed together. I don't think so. Not this time. This is about the Epstein files. So they're not in the bed together. Trump don't want to go to jail. And Congress allowed him to play a game that he should have never played. You cannot give a narcissist permission to break the law in the manner or to bypass the proper chain of command. Yeah, they all, everybody involved, and a lot of the House were a part of the raping of kids, murder of kids, stealing. Yeah, so no, I don't necessarily think it is about both sides. He made the choice to go to war, trying to satisfy Bibi Netanyahu, who provided him $100 million. The same way they offered it to Charlie Kirk, who denied it, rejected it, and they took him out. That's my opinion. Come on. Come on. I'm sorry. She done pissed me off so much now, I don't want to move. Hold on.
a home run. Now there's another dimension to this that I want to address because it matters. And that's the gap between what's being sold to the American public and what's actually happening on the ground. President Trump took to Truth Social and declared, and I'm paraphrasing here, total and complete victory, 100%. He said China persuaded Iran to make a deal. He said Iran's uranium stockpile would be perfectly taken care of. He floated this idea of a joint venture for the Strait of Hormuz, as if the United States just co-signed a business deal instead of ending a war we started. And then Fox News ran with it. Laura Ingraham called it a defining moment. Pete Hegseth called it a real chance at peace. Commentators were calling it a home run, a golden age for the Middle East. Now, I respect that people have different views, and I understand that every network has its perspective. But here's where it gets troubling. At the very same time, and this is important, Iran's state media was broadcasting to its own people that this was a U.S. retreat, a withdrawal, a capitulation. Iran's Supreme National Security Council said the ceasefire does not signal an end to the war. Iranian officials were celebrating in the streets of Tehran. Both propaganda machines cannot be right. And the American people deserve better than competing spin cycles that obscure what's really happening. Meanwhile, look at what's actually happening on the ground. Netanyahu put out a statement saying the ceasefire does not include Lebanon, and Israeli strikes on Beirut continued. The UAE and Bahrain reported incoming missiles even during the ceasefire's first hours. 400 ships remain stranded around the strait.
Bibi Netanyahu sabotaged their deal.
Are still elevated. Here's the honest truth. You can win the press conference and lose the peace. I've seen it happen. And I'm worried that's exactly where we're heading. Because the metric of success for a president should never be the news cycle. It should be the strategic outcome, measured in stability, in credibility, and whether the world is actually safer when the cameras turn off. So let me share with you how I see this playing out, because I think there are essentially three roads ahead, and the one we end up on depends on choices that haven't been made yet. The first possibility, and I want to be honest, I give this the lowest odds, is that this ceasefire holds, the Islamabad talks produce a real framework, and both sides make genuine concessions. Iran agrees to meaningful limits on enrichment under international inspection. The U.S. gets a structured withdrawal with security guarantees for our allies. The Strait of Hormuz returns to genuine free navigation. It's possible, but only if professional diplomats are allowed to take the lead, if Congress is brought into the process.
Right.
And if both sides come to the table with something more than talking points. I'm not holding my breath,
right,
but I don't rule it out.
They better get Congress back in there.
And I think this is the most likely, is what I'd call the muddle through scenario. The ceasefire partially holds. The terms stay ambiguous. The strait reopens conditionally with de facto Iranian control and this toll system that could bring Tehran $100 billion a year in revenue. The conflict enters a frozen state. Not peace, not war, just a slow burn with periodic flare-ups. And here's the danger of that. It leaves Iran structurally stronger. U.S. credibility weakened. Our alliance is frayed. And the Middle East no more stable than it was before a single bomb fell. Working families in Ohio and Arkansas end up paying more for gas and groceries while Iran builds leverage. The third possibility, and this is the one that
Thank
keeps
you,
me up at
Ceasefire.
night, is collapse. The ceasefire disintegrates. Netanyahu continues strikes in Lebanon. Gulf states push back. Iran declares the terms violated. And President Trump faces the exact same impossible choice in 2 weeks that he faced last Tuesday, except now with less credibility, less leverage, and a world that has already watched America blink. The next 72 hours are going to tell us a lot. Watch what happens with the shipping lanes. Watch what Israel does in Lebanon. Watch whether the Islamabad talks actually convene or quietly fall apart. That will tell you which road we're on. Now let me close with this, because I think it's the most important thing I can say tonight. I do not oppose diplomacy with Iran. I never have. I believe in diplomacy the way I believe in democracy, not because it's easy, but because the alternatives are worse. Every meaningful peace agreement in modern history was negotiated with people we had deep disagreements with. That's what makes it diplomacy and not a surrender ceremony. But diplomacy must be serious. It must be structured. It must be accountable to the American people through their elected representatives. And it must be built on something more durable than one person's instinct in a moment of crisis. What concerns me about what we've just witnessed isn't the ceasefire itself. It's the pattern. The pattern of governance by spectacle. The pattern of threats followed by concessions dressed up as victories. The pattern of sidelining institutions and allies and then wondering why the deal falls apart before the ink is dry. That pattern doesn't make America stronger. It makes us unpredictable. And in international affairs, unpredictable is not the same as strong. It's dangerous. The strength of America was never just our military. And Lord knows we have the finest military the world has ever seen. Our strength was our ability to build coalitions, to keep our word, to lead with a combination of power and principle that made other nations want to stand with us. That reputation is not inexhaustible. It can be spent. And right now, I'm concerned we're spending it faster than we're earning it. But I want to end on a note of genuine hope, because I believe in this country. I've seen us in tough spots before. I've seen moments when it looked like the wheels were coming off. And every single time, it was the decency and the common sense of the American people that pulled us through. The Republic endures not because of any one president, Democrat or Republican, but because citizens demand accountability, because institutions reassert themselves, and because the American idea is bigger than any single crisis. So I'd ask you tonight, pay attention. Call your representative. Ask hard questions. Demand transparency. Hold every leader, including the ones you voted for, to the standard that American lives and American credibility require. We've been through harder things than this. And I still believe, I genuinely still believe in us.
So today I want to make a prediction, a specific, concrete, falsifiable prediction about what the world looks like when this war is over. Not a vague statement about the global order changing. Not a general observation about geopolitical trends. A specific claim about 5 specific countries that will not exist in their current form when this war ends. 5 nations whose borders, whose governments, whose internal political arrangements, whose fundamental character as states are going to be so profoundly altered by this war and its consequences that the countries that emerge from this period will be almost unrecognizable compared to the ones that entered it. And I want to be clear about what I mean by not existing in their current form. I am not talking about countries being erased from the map. I am not talking about formal dissolution or territorial partition in every case. I am talking about something more subtle and in some ways more significant. I am talking about states whose internal coherence, whose governmental legitimacy, whose economic foundation, whose social contract is going to be so fundamentally transformed by the pressures this war is creating that calling them the same country will be, in any meaningful sense, inaccurate. The name on the map will be the same. The reality will be entirely different. So let us go through them one by one, because each story is distinct. Each transformation is being driven by different forces. And each outcome, when you understand it clearly, tells you something essential about where the world is going. Before I go through each country, I want to give you one piece of historical context that frames everything I'm about to say. Because state transformation of the kind I'm describing has happened before in this region. The name on the map will be the same. The reality will be entirely different. So let us go through them one by one, because each story is distinct. Each transformation is being driven by different forces. And each outcome, when you understand it clearly, tells you something essential about where the world is going. Before I go through each country, I want to give you one piece of historical context that frames everything I'm about to say. Because state transformation of the kind I'm describing has happened before in this region. And the last time it happened, the consequences lasted a century. The year is 1916. The British and French empires, in the middle of the First World War, drew a line on a map of the Middle East in a secret agreement known as Sykes-Picot. That line divided the territory of the collapsing Ottoman Empire between British and French spheres of influence. It created borders that had nothing to do with the ethnic, religious, tribal, or economic realities of the people who lived there. It drew Iraq as a single country containing Sunni, Shia, and Kurdish populations that had never seen themselves as part of the same political community. It created Lebanon as a French mandate, artificially balancing Maronite Christian and Muslim populations. It drew Syria across tribal lines that still produce conflict today. 110 years later, we are still living with the consequences of those lines on that map. The borders created in 1916 are the borders that are now being challenged by the pressures of this war. And what replaces them will define the region for the next century. That is the scale of what we are talking about. That is the weight of these 5 stories. Country 1, Lebanon. Lebanon is not waiting for this war to transform it. Lebanon was already one of the most fragile states on earth before the first strike of Operation Epic Fury. A nation that has scale of what we are talking about. That is the weight of these 5 stories. Country 1, Lebanon. Lebanon is not waiting for this war to transform it. Lebanon was already one of the most fragile states on earth before the first strike of Operation Epic Fury. A nation that has not had a functioning government in any real sense for years. A nation where the electricity grid works for perhaps 4 hours per day on average. A nation where the banking system collapsed in 2019 and depositors lost access to their savings, in many cases permanently. A nation where the currency lost 90% of its value in less than 3 years. A nation where Hezbollah, a non-state military actor, has more effective power than the national army. Lebanon was already a failed state in almost every meaningful measure before this war began. And this war is delivering the final blow. Hezbollah, Lebanon's most powerful political and military force, is deeply embedded in the conflict on the Iranian side. Its leadership has been significantly degraded. Its weapons stockpiles have been targeted. Its financial supply lines from Iran have been disrupted. And its political position within Lebanon, which was already complicated by the country's sectarian divisions and its economic catastrophe, is becoming more contested as ordinary Lebanese citizens ask the question that Hezbollah has always feared most. Was it worth it? Was Hezbollah's strategic alignment with Iran, the alignment that brought Israeli and American firepower to bear on Lebanese territory and infrastructure, worth the price that Lebanon is paying? That question, increasingly being asked openly, is the question that ends the political arrangement that has defined Lebanon for 3 decades. Hezbollah's dominance rests on its ability to deliver security and services to its constituency. A degraded, financially weakened, militarily diminished Hezbollah can do neither as effectively. And a Lebanese political system that has always been paralyzed by sectarian balance is not suddenly going to produce effective governance to fill the vacuum. What fills the vacuum in Lebanon when Hezbollah's power recedes is not a functioning liberal democracy, it is a different kind of disorder. A reconfiguration of the sectarian power balance external powers competing for influence, and a humanitarian situation that goes from catastrophic to something beyond the vocabulary of normal crisis management, the Lebanon that emerges from this war will still be called Lebanon, but the Lebanese state as a coherent political entity, which was already barely surviving, will have been definitively ended. What replaces it will be something new, fragile, and almost certainly managed by external powers. France, Saudi Arabia, potentially Iran in a reduced capacity, rather than by Lebanese institutions that have demonstrated no capacity to manage anything. Country 2, Yemen. Yemen is perhaps the clearest case of a country that has already ceased to exist in any meaningful sense, and whose post-war configuration will simply make that reality official. The Yemeni civil war, which began to manage anything. Country 2, Yemen. Yemen is perhaps the clearest case of a country that has already ceased to exist in any meaningful sense, and whose post-war configuration will simply make that reality official. The Yemeni civil war, which began in 2015, has already divided the country into at least 3 distinct zones of control. The Houthi North, allied with Iran, controlling Sana'a and the most populous parts of the country. The internationally recognized government South, nominally allied with Saudi Arabia, but itself fractured between multiple competing forces. And the area is controlled by the Southern Transitional Council, which wants independence for southern Yemen and has the backing of the UAE. 3 Yemens, effectively, each with its own governance, its own military forces, its own economic arrangements, its own external patrons. This war is making those divisions permanent. The Houthis have been deeply integrated into Iran's war strategy, launching drone and missile attacks on Gulf shipping, on Saudi Arabian infrastructure, on American naval assets in the Red Sea. They have been struck heavily in response. Their military capability has been degraded, but their political position in northern Yemen, their legitimacy as the defenders of Yemeni sovereignty against American and Saudi aggression has been strengthened by exactly the same strikes that degraded their military capacity. You cannot bomb a movement into irrelevance in a country where that movement is genuinely seen by its constituency as the only force willing to stand and fight. And in the South, the anti-Houthi forces have used the distraction of the larger war to consolidate their control, to resist reunification pressures, to build the facts on the ground that make a unified Yemen increasingly implausible. The Yemen that emerges from this war will be 2 or 3 permanent entities, perhaps with different names, perhaps with formal international recognition of their separation, perhaps simply as frozen conflict zones that everyone pretends might someday reunify. But the fiction of a unified Yemeni state will have been abandoned. Not officially. Nothing in the Middle East ever ends officially, but functionally, irreversibly. Country 3, Iraq. Iraq is the country in this list whose transformation is most directly connected to the shifting balance of power between America and Iran. Because Iraq is the primary terrain on which American and Iranian influence have competed for 2 decades. And the outcome of this war is going to determine which of those 2 forces has a dominant say over what Iraq actually is. Currently, Iraq exists in a paradox that would be comic if it were not so consequential. Iraq is simultaneously an American ally hosting thousands of American troops and significant American military infrastructure, and an Iranian client state with an Iranian-aligned government, Iranian-backed militia forces that are more powerful than the national army, and an economy deeply integrated with Iran. This paradox has been managed barely through the convenient fiction that Iraq is a sovereign state making its own decisions. That fiction has served both America and Iran because it allowed them to maintain their competing presences without forcing a direct confrontation over who actually controls the country. This war is ending that fiction. The Iraqi government is under intense domestic pressure from its Iranian-aligned political base to demand American withdrawal. Every American strike on Iranian territory is ammunition for the Iraqi political forces that have been demanding the Americans leave for years. And if America's position in the region weakens as a result of this war, if the argument that American military protection is worth the political cost becomes harder to make, the Iraqi political system will tip toward expelling American forces. An Iraq without American troops is an Iraq under Iranian dominance in a way it currently is not. It is an Iraq where the Iranian-backed militias face no countervailing military power, where Iranian economic and political influence operates without constraint. Iraq does not disappear. But the Iraq that emerges, an Iranian-dominated state in all but name, is so different from the Iraq that American blood and treasure spent 20 years trying to build that it represents a total transformation of the country's tip toward expelling American forces. An Iraq without American troops is an Iraq under Iranian dominance in a way it currently is not. It is an Iraq where the Iranian-backed militias face no countervailing military power, where Iranian economic and political influence operates without constraint. Iraq does not disappear. But the Iraq that emerges, an Iranian-dominated state in all but name, is so different from the Iraq that American blood and treasure spent 20 years trying to build that it represents a total transformation of the country's fundamental character and alignment. Country 4, Pakistan. Pakistan's transformation in this list is the one that carries the highest stakes and the most catastrophic potential because Pakistan is a nuclear state. And a nuclear state undergoing the kind of political, economic, and institutional stress that Pakistan is experiencing right now is one of the most dangerous objects in geopolitics. Pakistan was already in crisis before this war began. Its economy had collapsed into an IMF emergency program. Its currency had lost the majority of its value. Its civilian government was caught between a military establishment that actually runs the country and a popular opposition movement led by the imprisoned former Prime Minister Imran Khan commands genuine mass support. Its relations with Afghanistan were deteriorating as Taliban-aligned militant groups conducted cross-border attacks. Its relations with India were tense in the permanent way that relations between nuclear-armed adversaries with contested borders are always tense. All of that was the pre-war picture. Now add to that picture the energy shock of this war. Pakistan imports the majority of its oil from the Gulf. At current prices, that import bill is consuming foreign exchange reserves that were already critically low. Add the potential for Pakistan being dragged into the conflict through its defense agreement with Saudi Arabia, a scenario I have analyzed in detail in a previous video. Add the political crisis that economic collapse accelerates, the way that populations under severe economic stress become susceptible to political forces that promise radical solutions. The Pakistan that emerges from this period may still have the same name and the same territory. But the balance of power between its civilian institutions, its military establishment, its Islamist political movements, and its nuclear command structure may be so altered by the pressures of this war that it functions as a fundamentally different kind of state. The optimistic scenario is a military-guided stabilization that maintains nuclear security while managing the economic and political crisis. The pessimistic scenario involves combinations of words that serious analysts use only in private and that I am going to leave to your imagination. The range between those scenarios is the range within which Pakistan's future is being determined right now by forces that this war has set in motion. Country 5, the GCC as a unified entity. I want to use my fifth slot not for a single country, but for the collective project that is the Gulf Cooperation Council, the political and economic union of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Because what this war is doing to the GCC is not transforming one member state. It is potentially ending the coherence of the collective project itself. And here is why this matters so much. The GCC has been one of the great success stories of regional integration in the developing world. 6 nations that, despite their differences in size, in political culture, in domestic policy, and in foreign policy orientation, built a framework for economic cooperation, for collective security, for coordinated international positioning that gave each of them more influence and more stability than they would have had alone. That project rests on 2 things: internal consensus about strategic direction and the American security guarantee. This war is threatening both. Internally, the GCC members are not aligned on how to respond to this war. Saudi Arabia, whose energy infrastructure is being directly struck by Iranian drones and missiles, is under enormous pressure to respond more aggressively. The UAE, which has built its entire economic model on being a safe, neutral, cosmopolitan hub, is acutely aware that any military escalation involving the UAE directly would destroy the image of safety and stability that its economy depends on. Qatar, which maintains direct diplomatic channels with Iran and whose massive liquefied natural gas exports give it economic interests distinct from Saudi Arabia's oil focus, has its own calculations. Kuwait and Bahrain, smaller and more vulnerable, have their own risk calculus. These different interests are creating fissures within the GCC consensus that are real and growing. And the American security guarantee, which has been the external foundation that allowed the GCC to maintain internal consensus by relying on outside protection rather than having to build its own, is being demonstrated to have limits by this very war. An America that cannot keep the Strait of Hormuz open, that cannot prevent Iranian strikes on Gulf energy infrastructure, is an America whose security guarantee is less absolute than it was. And when the security guarantee becomes less absolute, each GCC member starts calculating its own interests more independently. The GCC does not dissolve, but the coherent, American-backed, internally unified GCC that has defined Gulf politics for 40 years transitions into something more fractured, more independently calculating, more willing to pursue individual national interests, even when those interests diverge from the collective. Saudi Arabia pursuing its own deal with Iran, the UAE maintaining its own relationship with China, Qatar expanding its own diplomatic role, the GCC remaining as an institutional framework while its internal coherence, the thing that made it genuinely powerful, dissipates. And I want to add something that connects all 5 of these transformations, because there is a common thread running through every one of them that is more important than any individual story. Every country on this list was a state held together more by external pressure and external support than by genuine internal cohesion. Lebanon was held together by the delicate sectarian balance that the Taif Agreement created and by the unspoken understanding that no single faction was strong enough to dominate all the others. Yemen was held together barely by Saudi money and international recognition that papered over divisions too deep to resolve. Iraq was held together by American military presence and American diplomatic pressure that prevented its competing factions from tearing it apart entirely. Pakistan was held together by military institutional discipline and the cohesive force of a shared national project that is becoming harder to sustain under economic and political stress. The GCC was held together by American security guarantees and shared economic interests that are now being stressed by exactly the war those guarantees were supposed to prevent. When external pressure is what holds a state together, and that external pressure changes or disappears, the state reveals what it actually is underneath. And in each of these 5 cases, what is underneath is not a coherent national community ready to govern itself. It is a collection of competing interests, competing identities, competing visions that the external pressure was concealing. This war is removing that concealment, and what is being revealed across 5 countries simultaneously is the true fragility of a regional order that was always more artificial than it appeared. So there you have it. 5 countries, 5 transformations, 1 overarching pattern. This war is not just destroying and rebuilding military capabilities. It is redrawing the political map of an entire region, not by moving borders on paper, by transforming the internal realities, the governmental arrangements, the power balances, the fundamental social contracts of states that were already fragile and are now being pushed past their breaking points. Lebanon ends as a coherent state replaced by a new arrangement of competing powers and external management. Yemen formalizes its de facto partition into permanent separate entities. Iraq tips irreversibly from America's orbit into Iran's. Pakistan's institutional balance shifts in ways that could determine whether its nuclear arsenal remains as secure as the world desperately needs it to be. And the GCC fractures from a unified project into a collection of individually calculating national interests. None of this happens cleanly. None of it happens on a schedule. The Middle East does not change dramatically and all at once. It changes slowly, then suddenly, then in ways that seem obvious in retrospect, but were invisible to almost everyone while they were happening. We are in the slow phase right now, the phase where the pressures are building, where the foundations are weakening, where the political arrangements that held things together are being stressed past their design limits. The sudden phase when these transformations become undeniable comes after, and by the time it arrives, the countries I have described today will already be something different from what they are now. The names on the map will be the same. The reality will have changed forever. Subscribe for more analysis of this conflict and its global consequences explained in simple English. And tell me in the comments, which of these 5 transformations do you think happens first? And is there a 6th country I should have included in this list? I will see you next time.
Okay, let me find the last one. Yeah, I'm having to, ask for y'all to support too much for me to be up late with this. So, let me see. Let's see what I got over here. Hit the like button, support the platform. I'm 3 hours and 28 minutes in, and I'm still saying the same thing. Hit the like button, support the platform. Like, share, and subscribe. Get your membership.
Because this didn't start last. You know, there are moments in the life of a nation where everybody needs to stop, take a breath.
Yeah, we heard that.
Hello, I'm Bobby Lewis.
Well, what can you say about a day like this? I woke up this morning, the 10-point Iranian plan had been accepted by President Donald Trump as the basis for negotiation. And J.D. Vance himself was heading. Well, what can you say about a
be like this. I woke up this morning, the 10-point Iranian plan had been accepted by President Donald Trump as the basis for negotiation. And J.D. Vance himself was headed to Islamabad by Friday to head the American negotiating team, the former heads being persona non grata so far as Iran is concerned. I don't need to remind you what happened the last time Iran negotiated with Kushner and Witkoff. And Lebanon was in the ceasefire, in black and white, written by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, whose Herculean efforts deserve more praise than they are currently getting. If the 10-point plan was the basis for negotiation, then this represented a major victory for the Islamic Republic. And I attended a conference in Moscow today addressed by the Iranian ambassador in exactly those terms. But by the time the sun has gone down, the whole thing appears to have gone to hell in a handcart. And just before coming on air, the air defenses above Tehran were engaged with what are said to be American bombers, meaning the ceasefire didn't even last 12 hours, never mind 14 days. And the whole negotiation in Islamabad is now thrown into the gravest possible doubt. I was asked in an interview with RT, the Russian television station, just half an hour ago before coming on the air here, if Iran had really won, as they were claiming. Well, when you are a superpower, the greatest superpower on the earth, they keep telling us, and you cannot achieve a single one of your stated objectives and a single one of your unstated objectives that are belied by your actions, then you've definitely lost. And if you've definitely lost, that means Iran has won. Iran is a global south emerging country. Iran is a country that's been under sanctions for 47 years. And if it engages not one but two nuclear superpowers, one regional, one global, then the very fact that they have survived is testament to their victory. And that victory can be delineated. Trump continues to claim that regime change in Iran. Well, in the same way there was regime change in Afghanistan. They spent $1 trillion a year getting rid of the Taliban, only for the Taliban to return to power as the United States scuttled out of Kabul, out of Bagram Air Base like a thief in the night. They have replaced one Khamenei with a second Khamenei. Have replaced the father with the son, and moreover, the son is a lot less moderate and reasonable than the father definitely was. And the son now has the spectre of his dead father, his dead mother, his dead wife, his dead children, who were all slain in the sneak attack in the first hour of the American attack. The American second attack was on 169 schoolgirls in their classroom just near Bandar Abbas, whom they slaughtered. I want you to ponder that for a minute. I've got schoolgirls of my own. You have got them, or you've had them. Imagine 169 little girls like your daughters, like your granddaughters, sitting at their desk with their school bags over the back of their chair, and suddenly, in an instant, being incinerated to the extent that only their DNA could identify them. That's what happened on the first day. At a moment, Iran
I didn't realize all of that.
in negotiations with the sneak attackers.
At the same family.
Attack, which will live as a day of infamy forever, in the way that the United States told us that Pearl Harbor did. Well, it got worse and worse after that. They slaughtered thousands of Iranian civilians, at least a quarter of them, women and children. They destroyed mosques. They destroyed churches. They even destroyed a synagogue that I have been in, a synagogue that Gayatri and I filmed outside of as emblematic of 100 synagogues in Iran. They've even got kosher restaurants in Iran. Where's the outrage?
Imagine being able to build
Where's the
anything
outrage,
just by
people?
thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Where's the outrage?
Not as somebody throwing a stone at a synagogue in England, but the destruction of a synagogue by a country calling itself the Jewish state. This happened yesterday, and it has not yet appeared on mainstream media in Britain or, as I understand it, anywhere in the Western world. And I'm not even sure if it made the news in brief in the newspapers. They don't want you to know there are Jews in Iran. They don't want you to know that Iran has the biggest number of Jews anywhere outside of Israel other than New York City. They don't want you to know that there are 1 million Christians in Iran with churches and cathedrals who have an honored place in the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's why they can't tell you when they're destroyed by American and Israeli bombing.
Thank you.
They killed the front rank commanders of the various branches of the Iranian armed forces. They killed the leader of the Iranian revolution. They have killed thousands of people. And they have achieved precisely nothing. The opposite of nothing. How many times have you heard Donald Trump pouring invective on the hapless Barack Obama for the JCPOA, the former Iranian nuclear deal reached between the permanent 5+1 and the Islamic regime in Iran? How many times have you heard Trump that this was a lousy deal, but he agreed to a 10-point deal this morning, which is less
now they laughing at him and he's saying he didn't.
Iran than the JCPOA ever was. How many times have you heard them curse Obama for sending a 747 full of cash to the mullahs in Tehran? The 10-point plan that he accepted as a basis for negotiation allows Iran to charge a toll on every tanker going through the Strait
He
of
wanted a
Hormuz,
cut, though. That's what they're leaving out.
them the best part of $100 billion per year in perpetuity. It knocks Barack Obama, who was after all only returning Iran's own money that had been illegally, illicitly frozen for years. It knocks the largesse of Barack Obama cocked hat. Trump is now claiming that Lebanon was included in the ceasefire deal. But not only is it in the 10 points of Iran's offer, it's the agreed position issued by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who's in charge of all of this. It uses the word Lebanon, that Lebanon is also included in the ceasefire deal, but that ceasefire didn't last, never mind 12 hours, it never started at all. Instead, Israel has launched a frenzy of violence against Lebanon, as they have been doing all of my adult life. And don't tell the wife, but I'm not a young man. All of my adult life since I was a teenager, Israel has been dealing death and destruction on Lebanon. I have been there while it was happening. But I never saw anything like that took place today. They even bombed a funeral and destroyed the entire cemetery and everyone in it. They launched 100 missiles at the capital city, an Arab capital, Beirut, in 10 minutes. And at least 1,000 people now, as the death toll rises, as the toll of wounded rises, were killed or wounded, murdered or maimed in Beirut, not in the south of Lebanon, where the Lebanese resistance have fought them to a standstill. They can't fight man to man, neither in Gaza nor in the south of Lebanon. They have to have recourse to dealing death from the skies. They dare not continue their attempt to invade the south of Lebanon, conquer it, settle it, cut it off at the Litani River, truncate a very small country and make it even. They've given that up. Now it's bombs and missiles on high-rise buildings that are collapsing in front of our eyes, in front of the eyes of the Lebanese president, in front of the eyes of the Lebanese prime minister, in front of the Arab League. The Arab League. And nobody is saying or doing anything about it. Only little Macron has demanded a ceasefire in Lebanon. The British government view with concern what happened today in Lebanon. And then there's the UAE.
Gaza is appetite.
I'm still wearing Sheikh Zayed's watch. I'm not speaking ill of them. But if, as reports suggest, they launched an aerial attack on it this morning, 8 hours after the ceasefire had come into force, and bombed 2 Iranian islands, bristling with oil wells and oil production and storage and distribution capacity. Well, all out war between Iran and the UAE will now almost certainly commence. At whose instruction did the UAE attack Iran? Have they changed sides? They were an American satrapy, they now become an Israeli satrapy. Have they changed masters? Have they exchanged Netanyahu for Donald Trump? How can you explain several Mirage aircraft flying in the colors of the UAE attacking Iran when Donald Trump at that stage was still in a ceasefire with them? They're asking for the most serious trouble in the UAE. Now, where is all this heading? If you'd asked me this morning, I was exultant. If you ask me this evening, I cannot see how this is going to work. The Strait of Hormuz, according to reports, is closed again. The one thing that Trump was boasting about, that he had unblocked the Strait of Hormuz, which was never blocked before he began the war. I keep restating this point because it's comic opera. If you say you have achieved the unblocking of a maritime route that was never blocked to begin with until you went to war to unblock it, you are an idiot. If you say it, you're a bigger idiot. If you believe it, you're a bigger idiot. If you call yourself a journalist and you regurgitate it, as news as so many broadcasters are now doing. So if the Straits of Hormuz are now closed, what about the economic devastation that is coming our way? The physical price of oil yesterday was $144 per barrel. 144. I learned it at the Moscow Economic Forum today. This is precisely double the oil income in the Russian budget. In the expected revenues, it was half of what the physical price of oil is today. So if the producers today were charging 144, what will they be charging tomorrow, next week, and next month? And how can the Western economies possibly survive an oil price shock of a doubling, maybe a tripling, maybe a quadrupling of oil prices, and thus for gas? Forget about it. Countries like India, countries like Pakistan, much of Asia are completely dependent on natural gas from Qatar and LPG from Qatar. But if none of it can be shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, the economies of these countries close down. And what about Europe? Europe, which knocked down its nuclear power plants, or in the British case, capped our own oil wells in the North Sea, and started importing Polish coal, much cleaner than our own oil, much cheaper, to import from countries that which we could have used in our own sand, in our own waters. What about the Europe that collaborated in the destruction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which cut off willfully all clean, cheap, reliable supplies of gas from Russia? How is the European economy going to survive this? So this is not just about Iran. It's not just about Iran and the USA. It's not just about Iran, the USA, and Israel. Lebanon. It's not just about the Middle East. This is a global crisis, bigger than COVID, bigger than the 2008 crash, bigger than both of them put together. It is a hurricane headed your way that Donald Trump has deliberately created a crisis of unimaginable proportions. But we've got a guest who'll explain all of this to us, as he has been doing now for years. If only they'd listened to Professor Saeed Mohammed Marandi. Well, you're going to listen to him right after this quick break. It's the mother of all talk shows.
Vaginal suppositories.
Never out of 10. It's like putting chapstick on your forehead and hoping that it reaches your lips.
Douching.
Negative 20 out of 10. Douching.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. I thought I was.
But let me go straight across to Iran's supreme leader, envoy to India, Abdul Majid Hakim Elahi Sahab. Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. I would like to begin by asking you a few of your thoughts on this particular ceasefire that has been now brokered, albeit by the help. But let me go straight across to Iran's supreme leader, envoy to India, Abdul Majid Hakim Elahi Sahab. Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. I would like to begin by asking you a few of your thoughts on this particular ceasefire that has been now brokered, albeit by the help of Pakistan. What are your thoughts, sir, on the terms of the agreement?
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to congratulate all of you for having such very big victory. When they started and created this aggression against Iran, they said within 3 days they finalize everything, they crush Iran, they damage Iran, and they will bring big regime change as they mentioned. And also they announced that after the war, the map of Iran will be different, and the map of Iran will not stay at the same was before. And they claim a lot. Then finally they said they are going to kill the 7,000 civilization of Iran. And they tried as much as possible for them. But finally they understood that this was a big mistake from them, and they were defeated. They couldn't win anything. They didn't have any achievement, but they lost a lot of their general and soldiers, and they lost a lot of their weapons. They spent more than 30 billion US dollars without any reason, without any achievement. So they understood if they continue this war, their damage will be more, and it will be more shameful for them. Because of that, they accepted the conditions of Iran, and now we have ceasefire.
Your Excellency, when you say they accepted the conditions of Iran, what are some of these conditions, Your Excellency? And what brought Trump to bow, as you're saying, before Iran's demands?
Actually, do you know, till yesterday night, Iran didn't accept anything, although America offered some conditions for ceasefire, but Iran rejected and wasn't agree with the American ceasefire and American conditions. Yesterday at night, America was ready to damage all Iran or civilization of Iran, and all Iranians gathered to the street and to our historical places, in our universities, hospitals, mosques, and some other places, which they announced that they are going to damage it and attack it, but the people are gathered there, and they realized that they cannot do anything, and they accepted the conditions of Iran.
Everything we was taught wasn't right.
Iran has
Most of it was whitewashed. So we can't go by what we taught.
Ceasefire understanding. What really
Ghislaine
is the
Maxwell
way
data
forward
was
on the
over
Strait
the
of
curriculum.
Hormuz?
As you know, before this war, the Strait of Hormuz was open.
Robert Maxwell was over the curriculum.
Through the Strait of Hormuz, and we
So
hope
all
that
of
the
it was
Strait of
CIA,
Hormuz also will
Mossad,
be open forever, and everyone, any country benefits
manipulated
from the Strait of
on
Hormuz.
purpose.
But due to this war, we got a lot of problems and crises to this Strait of Hormuz, and because of the security, for some countries this strait was closed, but some other countries like India were benefited from this Strait of Hormuz. We hope that in the future also they will benefit from it, and there is no any final decision for controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Your Excellency, Iran will be now imposing a toll on passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Will India also be included in that? or does this toll only apply to countries that have aligned with the United States or are enemies of the Iranian regime?
Actually, Iran wants to have very, very, very good relationship with and friendship with all countries. And as before he has this relationship, Iran also will continue the same relationship. We hope that by leaving America from this region, everything will be okay and no one will be suffered more.
Your Excellency, is the control now over the Strait of Hormuz the principal part of this agreement? Is it integral to the agreement?
Actually, yes, some condition of this agreement is having some new conditions for controlling this Hormuz, but this is negotiated. This is the first negotiation between Iran and some other countries. Is not the final decision.
Your Excellency, if I could ask you, and this is an important question, Israel has said that it is under no obligations to halt attacks against the Hezbollah or other forces that are aligned to Iran, even though one of Iran's principal conditions is that its allies and friends, there should be a cessation of hostilities towards that. Is this now a condition which is absolutely insurmountable as far as Iran is concerned?
Yes, actually, you know, and everyone knows that this regime is not under control of any international law and is not under any commitment. This country will do whatever it wants to do, but the time is over and it cannot do whatever it wants to do more. The time is different completely. And I think maybe 2 days ago, a professor from one Indian university said something which is interesting. He said, the world will be different after this war.
How do you see the region changing, Your Excellency, after this war? And what role will Iran play in the region?
I'm sure that the region will be more safe, more peace, and more relationship and friendship between Iran and its neighbors, and between even in Middle East, including all countries. Because the conflict was created since the United States of America came to this region and wanted to sell its weapons to our neighbors and created a lot of problems for getting more benefit and interest from these countries. But they understood that America didn't bring for them security, didn't bring for them peace, and just only they spend billions of dollars.
Your Excellency, the administration in Tehran had earlier said that there was no mediation, that Pakistan was not playing a mediatory role. So who actually bridged the gap between Tehran and Washington?
There are some countries, they have come together and they put their voice together and they want to try to stop this war. And they tried several times. And finally, yesterday at night, as we heard, that America accepted our conditions.
Your Excellency, President Trump says that China played a major role in the background. Could you confirm that, Your Excellency?
No. It's only just accusation.
He said
Okay.
no.
Is this truly now a step towards de-escalation or
said
simply
no.
a pause? What do you think? Your Excellency, President Trump says that China played a major role in the background. Could you confirm that, Your Excellency?
America accepted our conditions.
Your Excellency, President Trump says that China played a major role in the background. Could you confirm that, Your Excellency?
No.
No. Oh my God.
It's only just accusation.
Okay. Is this truly now a step towards de-escalation or simply a pause? What do you think, Your Excellency? Is it simply a pause before a new round of hostilities, or are we now looking at lasting, endurable peace?
Actually, Iran wants to have very good relationship and friendship with all countries, and also doesn't want to be any conflict and crisis in the region, as well as this conflicts and crisis. By this conflicts and crisis, all countries will be affected. As we know, due to the price of oil and shortage of gas, a lot of countries will suffer. I hope the world leaders come together and they don't allow again the United States attack any other country.
A couple of final questions, Your Excellency. I wanted to ask you, what are Iran's red lines going forward in these negotiations? Trump, the President of the United States, has come out and said that he wants Iran to cease uranium enrichment and so on and so forth. What is your view on this?
Please, they know that they are just only say something, even themselves don't believe on it. From the 30 years ago, Iran said we don't want to have nuclear weapons. Frankly, several times our late Supreme Leader said that. Our officials, our President, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our spokesman of the Parliament, all of them announced clearly that having nuclear weapons is not part of our doctrine. And according to our religion, Islam, having nuclear weapons is haram, which is forbidden completely. We don't want to have it. Never we try to have nuclear weapons, but just they want to get some justification for attacking other countries. Otherwise, exactly, and they know that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons and Iran doesn't want to have it. As you know, for Iraq, they attacked during the administration of George W. Bush. They attacked Iraq for nuclear weapons. Finally, they said Iraq doesn't have nuclear weapons. It's the same history.
Your Excellency, my final question. The United States does not also want Iran to have any capabilities of enriching uranium. Is that a problem?
Of course, this is our right, because we are using the nuclear power for our medicine. There are a lot of people are using the medicine of and these nuclear powers. We need it for our electricity, for our power. We need it for our hospitals, but never we want it for weapons. And you know, we had agreement with Obama administration, and we were agreed that we don't want to have it. But finally, also at that time, in 2015, when President Trump came to the power, and he turned it off and he said, no, this agreement is not good. But never we want it, never we want to have it, but at the same time, we want to have it for peaceful activities.
My final question to you, Your Excellency, I know that you're running out of time. Your Excellency, what role do you see New Delhi playing now in this very important confidence-building stage?
Yes, you know, Iran several times said we don't have any problem with our neighbors. We don't want to have any problem with any countries. and we are ready to have very good relationship, friendship with all countries. We are ready to provide all type of support for oil, gas, and everything. But finally, they created and initiated such war against Iran, and due to that war, everyone was suffer, and we hope that they got their lessons and they understood that Iran is not a weak country, and Iran is ready to sacrifice itself for humanity and for its independence.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to us this afternoon, and it has been one of those very, very difficult times. I hope that Ayatollah Moshtaba Khomeini is in good health, sir. Can you confirm that to us?
Yes, of course. I'm sure,
You convey up.
and I can assure you that yes, and I have very good evidences for his good health, and I sent salam to him and through some friends, and I got my response. He's very in good condition. His health is very good. He's doing his responsibility and his job. I'm sure, 100%.
Well, please do communicate our well wishes to the Ayatollah. Thank you very much, Supreme Leader's Envoy to India, His Excellency. Thank you.
Okay. Oh. All right. Good night. I'm going to sleep.